the Murillo and the Ortega Murillo are facing, and the second one is Donald Trump. Everyone saw what happened in Venezuela. Everyone is understanding what's happening in Cuba right now, that apparently we're talking to the regime. These are three tyrannies, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba in Western Hemisphere, that have not allowed for decades for the faith-based community to flourish and to preach in whichever way they want to. So the message is very clear from this dais and from this hearing to Ortega and Murillo, and I will send them a message in Spanish so they can understand it very well, that their game is over. That I think it's time for them to understand that things are changing in the Western Hemisphere, and the first thing that they should do is not touch those faith-based communities, the Catholics, the evangelicals, or any other, the NGOs that are helping them. That is very clear that they have to change their tune, otherwise the United States is going to take care of that, because there is a new sheriff in town. And not only for political reasons, but for religious reasons, for human rights reasons. The being free to preach and to go to church and do whatever thing you want to on Sundays is not a prerogative that the government gives you. It's something that the Lord has given you for you to go and pray as long as you want to without any type of interference. So that's a very clear message, which I am going to now relay to specifically Rosario Murillo, who is the devil herself, and who that's why she is guiding her husband not to allow this type of activities to happen on the Nicaraguan territory. La realidad es que este es un mensaje para Rosario Murillo y Daniel Ortega, los que están dirigiendo Nicaragua en este momento. Sus días están contados y el juego se acabó. Así que específicamente la religión, los grupos religiosos, los evangélicos, los católicos, la gente que quiere rezarle a Dios en el momento que quieran, no los toquen más, dejen que vuelvan a entrar, dejen que haya libertad religiosa, porque los Estados Unidos y específicamente el presidente Donald Trump los tiene en la mirilla. Y sabemos que Venezuela primero, ahí está el ejemplo, después Cuba, que ya están hablando con ese régimen maldito, y ahora después va a ser Nicaragua. Gracias a Dios que hay un líder en la Casa Blanca. Thank God there is a leader at the White House that understands the importance of the Western Hemisphere, liberty, democracy, free market economy, and religious rights. And we thank you, Chairman, for allowing us to send this message specifically to the Nicaraguan people that have been wanting for the United States to pay attention to them and to give them back those religious freedom, civil rights, human rights that they had for so many years. Thanks again, and I yield back.
Chairwoman Salazar, thank you for that very eloquent statement. And as you know, we did joint hearings on Nicaragua. We pleaded with Ortega, plead's probably too strong of a word. We wanted to go and visit the bishop when he arrested him, and they wouldn't let us in. Where was he? I mean, and we did the same thing with the political figures who were all arrested. So he had no opposition, he being Daniel Ortega, during his election, which was a farce, if ever there was one. Mr. Castro.
Thank you. And thank you to our witnesses for being here today to speak on such a critical issue, the defense of religious freedom around the world. Let me begin by reaffirming a foundational truth. Religious freedom is universal. It's not the domain of one faith, one region, or one political party. It's a right that belongs to everyone, regardless of whether they are Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, or belong to no faith at all. And U.S. foreign policy should reflect that principle clearly and consistently. Unfortunately, under this administration, we're seeing something very different. Unfortunately, the White House has increasingly pursued a narrow, exclusionary vision of religious liberty, one that prioritizes Christian concerns to the near total neglect of other persecuted groups. Last February, President Trump issued an executive order vowing to, quote, eradicate anti-Christian bias in foreign policy. Discrimination against Christians, where it exists, should certainly be something our foreign policy confronts. To do so when we ignore anti-Muslim violence or the repression of indigenous spiritual traditions is religious favoritism, not religious freedom. In April, the State Department ordered its diplomats to report any instances of anti-Christian bias. Are similar efforts being made on bias against practitioners of other faiths? The answer is no. At the same time, the State Department made a sweeping overhaul of its work on democracy, human rights, and labor, including explicitly integrating Western values into the mission of the department. When I asked them how they defined Western values, the administration defined it as based on Christianity and Christian theological concepts. This is clearly unconstitutional and in violation of the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Meanwhile, persecuted minorities across the globe have been abandoned. The administration has deported members from religious minority communities in Iran back to a regime that imprisons and tortures people of faith. It has all but halted public advocacy for the Uyghur Muslims of Xinjiang, ignoring clear evidence of mass internment, forced sterilizations, and religious repression. And it has withdrawn U.S. support for accountability mechanisms for the genocide of the Rohingya, a Muslim minority in Burma, whose suffering has largely disappeared from the administration's vocabulary. Worse, the administration has revoked temporary protective status for Burma and stated that it's safe for persecuted Rohingya to be sent back to the country that has tried to exterminate them. This selective silence is not accidental. It reflects a deliberate shift in priorities, and it undermines both our credibility and our moral authority. It also is in stark contrast to how previous administrations, including the first Trump administration, approached the international religious freedom issue. And despite the rhetoric and prioritization of Christianity, the administration has prioritized other interests over protecting Christianity. How else do you explain the spectacle of tomahawk strikes in Nigeria in the name of protecting Christians while cutting assistance that would actually address discrimination against religious communities? Or the administration's dismissal of persistent challenges that Christian communities in Palestine face from Israeli settler violence and restrictions by the Israeli government. Christian churches in Israel and the Catholic Church in Gaza have been bombed. This hearing was initially intended to have a witness from the State Department, former U.S. Representative Mark Walker, who is now the principal advisor on global religious freedom. Instead, at the last minute, the department notified us that Mr. Walker would not testify. The Office of International Religious Freedom has a serious mission to integrate religious freedom into the United States foreign policy. However, increasingly, the administration has refused to send State Department witnesses, even for Republican chairwomen and chairmen. This administration has taken the unusual set of deciding not to nominate anyone to be the Senate-confirmed ambassador at large for international religious freedom, as required by law, and instead named a principal advisor for global religious freedom to lead the office. This raises serious questions. The law is clear. The ambassador at large has the responsibility to serve as the principal advisor to the president and the Secretary of State on matters of international religious freedom. The administration is over a year late on releasing the annual religious freedom reports and has not designated countries as countries of particular concern, apart from Nigeria, as required by law. Given these deep concerns with the administration's embrace of Christian nationalist rhetoric and the status of the State Department's efforts on international religious freedom, Mr. Walker should be in one of these seats here today, testifying in front of this committee. And Mr. Chairman, I hope that we'll be able to schedule that hearing with Mr. Walker soon. I yield back.
We do have a very distinguished group of people who will testify, beginning with former Ambassador at Large Sam Brownback for Religious Freedom. In the first Trump administration, prior to that, he was governor of the state of Kansas. He was a United States senator and a congressman, so he can't hold a job. He had all three, and he did a magnificent job in each and every one of them. I would point out that when many of us were concerned about what the Janjaweed was doing in Darfur, Sam Brownback, Darfur, he was the first lawmaker to do so. I followed a year later, and Frank Wolf, was, but Sam was there, and he helped crystallize international and American opinion about the genocide that was taking place under Bashir in Khartoum. So, Sam, that was an amazing and brave undertaking on your part, and I can't thank you enough because we all then coalesced around you and began working overtime on that. So I thank you for that. He does serve as co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Summit, and as I mentioned, Dr. Lantos Sweat also co-chairs with him, and together, in a bipartisan way, and in a way that I think makes a huge difference. Had virtually every faith denomination imaginable at this summit to really reach out to try to say, what can we do to try to stop this, this terrible repression. We will also then hear from Grace Jin Drexel. She is the daughter of Pastor Ezra Jin, arrested in October of 2025 as part of a brand new, of course, ongoing under Xi Jinping, but a sweeping crackdown of independent Christian churches in China. Ms. Drexel has spoken out publicly numerous times to advocate for her father's release and for countless others detained by the CCP for their faith. She has previously worked as a professional staff member of the Congressional Executive Commission on China, and she now works in the United States Senate. Thank you for being here. Then we'll hear from Stephen Schneck, who served as chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Liberty from 2024 to 2025, the commission, USCIRF. He was appointed by President Biden twice. A political philosopher in training, Dr. Schneck served as a professor, department chair, and dean at the Catholic University of America for over 30 years, and received his doctorate at the University of Notre Dame. And again, the full vitae for each of our distinguished witnesses will be made a part of the record. But I yield to my good friend, and I can't thank him enough for the inspiration he has provided to all of us, Ambassador Brownback.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, ranking members. Just delighted to be here in front of you, and thank you for hosting this hearing. We just finished up a two-day Religious Freedom Summit where we had people from over 80 countries, every major and most minor religions there. It's all centered around one theme, religious freedom for everybody, everywhere, all the time. My co-chair is here, Dr. Lantos Sweat. It's just a fabulous individual personally, and then also a legacy of Tom Lantos' daughter, and she carries that fire on and just does a spectacular job. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we are seeing something unprecedented really right now in the world, and I've been in this work, in this space for some period of time. There's an alliance of nations that's emerged that see religious freedom as the greatest internal threat to their dictatorial control. This alliance of communist, authoritarian, totalitarian regimes will literally stop at nothing to control people of faith. They see people of faith as a threat. They often they will attack them first, and the people of faith are the ones that will be first attacked and the last ones left standing. This also represents an opportunity for us. If we will look at religious freedom not as some sort of side humanitarian issue or a human right, a boutique human right, but would see it as a major global security issue. This represents the best tool, I believe, that we have to go at these regimes and to attack them in return. And you just look at how much they spend on controlling their people of faith, it should tell you something that that's an area we should look in. Communist China will spend billions of dollars this year alone to suppress every faith that exists in that country. They'll suppress the Uyghur Muslims, they'll suppress the Tibetan Buddhists, they'll suppress the Christians, and they save their greatest anger and bile for the Falun Gong, domestically grown group. We should see them as our greatest ally. These are people behind enemy lines that will stand up to the regime, that will stand up to the oppressors, because they overcome their fear with their interior faith. They will fight, even if it means their life, and often it does mean their life. The amount of Christian killing around the world is at an all-time high for Christendom. And that can be repeated. I could repeat that statement for a number of faiths now. Why? Why now? Why is this so much at this point in time? But that the community of faith has become the target of this dark alliance that we're facing off against, and China's the puppet master behind all of it. They have developed and invested billions of dollars in creating the most sophisticated surveillance technology mankind has ever known by far. And then they freely share it with other dictatorial regimes that are willing to use the same tools. And we should be deeply concerned about those issues, because that equipment then we're going to face in multiple sets of countries. And they're going to use that to maintain the dictatorships, the authoritarians that are standing against us, that want to remove the United States leadership and the Western leadership. This is unprecedented. It is really unprecedented, and it's a dark hour. The U.S. and other freedom-loving nations must rise to this challenge that we're facing today. And this is obviously far beyond any sort of partisan interest. We heard people in various countries represent and talk about this at our summit the last 2 days, and I could give you 100 different examples of every faith community that you would want to hear about of this. In a quick survey of some in the world, you'll see Moscow. I mentioned China. You see Moscow is allied with Russian Orthodox Church leadership. I don't go with the Russian Orthodox membership, but the leadership, working with it to persecute other faith traditions inside of Russia, and certainly in the occupied territories that they have of Ukraine. Vietnam is oppressing its Christian population and disfavored Buddhist communities, even though in a country like South Korea, we've seen out-of-favor Christian groups and the leader of the Unification Church have recently been jailed by the government. Japan has some similar limitations. Iran's Shia clerical hierarchy is persecuting harshly and lethally all other faiths, especially targeting Baha'is, Christians, and Jews in Iran, and even attacking Muslims of other schools of thought. In Pakistan, we see the Ahmadi Muslims are often violently attacked, as are Christians attacked there. Nicaragua, the chairwoman has mentioned and knows it very clearly, kicking out Catholic and evangelical clerics. And in a move reminiscent of the old Soviet days and the former Cold War that we're entering a new war, you cannot bring a Bible into Nicaragua now. Well, I thought that tactic had been left 30 years ago, but it's back, and they brought it back in Nicaragua. The new administration in Syria is purging religious minorities, threatening and killing them. These groups must be allowed to maintain their own security forces, or I guarantee you today a genocide will happen in Syria like happened in Iraq to the Yazidis and Christians. And this is a particularly important moment for Syria, for us, to say that these minority communities must be allowed to protect themselves, because if they don't, you will get a genocide will happen in Syria of these minority communities. Burma is seeing increased Christian persecution along with the ongoing Rohingya genocide in that country. Early warning signs of a Muslim on Christian war are brewing across Africa. This one's going to be a big one, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't get out ahead of this. It's starting in that Lake Chad region, but it will spread throughout that continent. Nigeria is now the deadliest place on the planet to be a Christian. At the same time, the Nigerian government is seeking and receiving support from countries I've previously named: China, Russia, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. I wonder why. In India, communal violence against Christian and Muslim communities is increasingly commonplace. Many other cases of persecution exist as well. North Korea has no religious freedom at all, none. The same is true of Eritrea and Afghanistan, where a number of people fled after the Taliban came back into power. Saudi Arabia continues to be the only country on the planet without a single church, an ally of ours. Religious persecution is actually a symptom of a closing world, a new iron curtain against faith, drawn not just against nations, but against conscience itself. Its antidote is religious freedom, a medicine we must insist upon before it's too late. Religious persecution is not an isolated human rights concern. It is a warning sign that freedom itself is under siege. When regimes crush faith, they are rehearsing the suppression of every other liberty that follows. history teaches us that appeasing these repressions does not bring stability. Instead, it invites greater aggression and deeper violence. We know this. On the other hand, religious freedom is a stabilizing force, a catalyst for civil society, and a foundation for lasting peace. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, ranking members, the United States has both a moral authority and strategic interest. And I really want to drive that point because this is actually a very strategic issue we must embrace, and we might need to lead on this issue. We must insist on religious freedom consistently, unapologetically, and urgently before the space for belief and dissent and human dignity closes further for everybody, and before the cost of inaction becomes far greater than the cost of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Grace Jin Drexel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Congressman and woman, for this opportunity to testify and share my story. My name is Grace Jin Drexel, and on October 10th, 2025, my father, Pastor Ezra Jin, was arrested by the Chinese authorities along with 27 other pastors and church leaders from Zion Church. 18 remain in prison today. This represents the largest crackdown of an independent Christian congregation in China since the Cultural Revolution, a sweep so brazen it has drawn international condemnation, including from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Many were seized in front of their young children, and my father and several older leaders suffer from health issues, and we fear for their well-being. I urge the Chinese government to release all these Zion members immediately and unconditionally. My father founded Zion Church in 2007 with the simple mission to remain faithful to the scripture and to serve families and communities. The church grew from just 2 families into China's largest urban house church with more than 1,500 members. Yet to understand why my father is in prison today, you must understand that China under Chairman Xi Jinping has embarked on a systematic campaign to achieve total state control over religious life beginning in 2016 with the so-called Sinicization campaign. This applies to Christians, Catholics, Uyghur Muslims, Tibetans, and other religious groups. We are all persecuted. In 2008, Zion Church became target because its leadership refused to install 23 facial recognition cameras inside its sanctuary. When they refused, the response was swift. Authorities harassed hundreds of members, threatening job loss, evictions, denial of children's education, and even the seizure of parents' retirement accounts. Many congregants suffered these consequences for maintaining their faith. On October 9th, 2018, hundreds of police seized the church building and confiscated assets. My father has been placed under an exit ban, separated from our family in the United States for over 7 years. Yet even repression cannot extinguish faith. When Zion Church lost its building, my father and the congregation developed a hybrid online-offline model. And beyond anyone's wildest imagination, when COVID hit in 2020 and all gatherings were forced to a halt, Zion Church's online model allowed our church gatherings to explode, launching 100 new church plants in 40 cities, and the church grew to its largest size ever, reaching 10,000 individuals daily. Starting in 2025, a new and more severe wave began, clearly coordinated at the national level. Earlier this year, several Zion Church gatherings in dozens of cities across China were disrupted during Sunday services. Over 150 pastors, elders, and church members have been taken into police station for harassment, threats, interrogation, and brief detention over the following months. The multi-city arrest on the weekend of October 2025 was a coordinated takedown that could only come from centralized government planning. These are also not isolated cases. In May, Pastor Gao Chenfu of Light of Zion Church was detained on fabricated charges. In December, authorities demolished the Yayang Church in Wenzhou. And last month, the Public Security Bureau detained another handful of leaders from a prominent house church, Early Rain Covenant Church. The Chinese government claims that this is about Sinicization, making religion more Chinese. Yet this is propaganda designed to obscure repression. Let me be clear. Chinese Christians have been Chinese for generations. We use Chinese Bibles translated by Chinese scholars. We sing indigenous hymns composed by Chinese believers. Our house churches were led by Chinese pastors. My father is Chinese. His congregation is Chinese. Sinocization in practice means removing crosses and replacing them with portraits of Xi Jinping and Mao Zedong. This means replacing hymns with propaganda songs. It means rewriting scripture to sermons to align with party ideology. It means facial recognition cameras monitoring who is worshiping. And it means the government selecting church leaders and dictating theology. What they actually mean is a complete subordination of religious life to Communist Party control. The partification of religion is more apt. Church leaders detained in recent months are not opposed to legitimate government authority. The churches seek to enrich society and live by the principle of rendering unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, but they cannot render unto Caesar what belongs to God alone. They ask only to be free from the party's control over sacred matters, like faithful Christians everywhere. They hold firm, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Since I began advocating for my father, my family has experienced transnational repression. China's practice of threatening critics beyond its borders. My mother received threatening phone calls from individuals impersonating federal agents. Her tires were slashed inside her garage, and I've been watched and followed in Washington, D.C. My husband has been targeted by several hacking attempts. China wants the world to know that speaking out carries consequences, even in America. I am sometimes fearful, yet as a Christian, I believe we are called to courage, trusting that God stands with us. Similarly, I urge the leaders here today to continue to use your voice and influence in whatever sphere to speak the names of my father, Pastor Ezra Jin, and many other church leaders who have been unjustly imprisoned. Call for the Chinese government to release all Zion Church members immediately and unconditionally, along with other religious prisoners of conscience. Do not accept China's trampling of this universal human rights with silence. If left unchecked, Beijing's wave of repression will reverberate around the world. What is happening in China is not merely a domestic matter, but a global threat to religious freedom and human dignity. Authoritarian leaders from around the world will only be emboldened by our silence. As a Christian, I also draw strength from knowing that my God is a good God, and despite not knowing why this is happening, I believe that these darkest moments will be used for a larger purpose. As my father wrote in prison, God has indeed used his power to uphold us. I believe God is also testing us during this time like refining silver, painful but full of love, and that God has not abandoned us. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. And your father would be so proud as to how you so tenaciously advocate for his freedom and the freedom of all those who are unjustly detained. So thank you so much. Dr. Schneck?
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Chairwoman Salazar, Ranking Member Jacobs, Ranking Member Castro, and distinguished members. It's a privilege to be here to testify on these important matters. Since my written testimony is extensive this morning, I will just make some critical points. Most importantly, as you just heard from Ambassador Brownback, we face an unprecedented global crisis for freedom of religion. Many millions of people around the world are being denied the freedom to practice their faith and are persecuted because of what they believe or what they don't believe. The crisis is inseparable from the retreat of liberal democracy and the global rise of authoritarianism. The crisis is also driven by the political weaponization of religion by religious nationalism. Likewise, it is associated with the erosion of the multinational world order based on human rights, international laws, international organizations that has been led by the United States and its allies since the end of the Second World War. And that erosion is a key factor in the increasing number of failed and failing states unable to protect the religious freedom of their citizens. Distinguished members, since 1998, the United States framework for protecting and promoting international religious freedom, international freedom of religion or belief has been the IRF Act, That bipartisan act, drafted amidst the triumph of liberal democracy and the multinational world order following the collapse of Soviet communism, reflects more than ever the vision that is today needed to promote and protect religious freedom around the world, holding up as it does the ideals of universal human rights, international law, and international cooperation. I worry, however, that the current administration may be looking for a different approach. Let me be specific about my worries. First, international religious freedom has been subordinated to a transactional foreign policy, which emphasizes bilateral deals and economic leverage over values-based diplomacy. Too often, we see governments with poor records on freedom of religion around the world, freedom of religion, facing limited pressure when they are viewed as strategic partners. Effectively protecting freedom of religion around the world depends on what was once called nation building. I believe nation building has few advocates currently. Second, as of this writing, the State Department has not yet released last year's 2024 IRF report, now nearly a year overdue. Ostensibly, the 2025 IRF report should be released in May, but will it? Moreover, the administration has not made its designations of countries of particular concern, special watch list, or entities of particular concern. And President Biden's 2023 designations have, of course, now lapsed. Let me note as well that 2 Republican seats on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom have remained unfilled for more than a year. Third, at variance from the IRF Act, it appears the administration will not name an ambassador at large for international religious freedom. While I welcome the appointment of former Congressman Walker as principal advisor for global religious freedom, without the title of ambassador, the authority of that office is unclear. Likewise, it is unclear at this time if a special advisor for international religious freedom on the National Security Council will be named, as is outlined in the IRF Act. Fourth, institutional support for advancing religious freedom has been uneven. While senior figures enthuse about international religious freedom in speeches, the issue has not consistently translated into coordinated action across the State Department, National Security Council, and foreign assistance agencies. Where religious freedom mechanisms do exist, they often lack sufficient authority, staffing, or integration into broader foreign policy decision-making. DOGE cuts decimated many important programs and staff supporting international religious freedom. Finally, the administration's approach has focused overmuch on religious freedom interests of particular religious constituencies, especially Christians. Although Christians face really unbelievable persecution in many regions, freedom of religion cannot be construed to mean only a subset of approved religions. International religious freedom, as defined in human rights law and treaties to which the United States is a signatory, is universal. Selective advocacy undermines both effectiveness and legitimacy. Distinguished members, the prescient vision of the framers of the IRF Act recognized the responsibility of the United States to lead the international community in promoting and protecting freedom of religion or belief. Today, that freedom is in crisis around the world. Millions are persecuted for what they believe or what faith they practice. Given the current crisis, the United States must rededicate itself to the vision of the IRF Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Salazar.
Thank you to the 3 witnesses, and specifically to you, Madam Drexel. May the Lord help your dad while he is in jail and to endure whatever he's going through. May the Lord give him, strength, and you know how noble and laudable the fact that he is in jail because of his faith and his religious beliefs. So our prayers go out to him. And to Ambassador Brownback, I love what you said about the fact that one of the best tools that the Chinese are using in order to maintain themselves in power and to repress people is by taking away their rights to preach or to go to church or be in the faith-based space. So I would like you to share with us, how much are the Chinese spending? Who are they sharing that technology with? Has that technology arrived, let's say, in Nicaragua or in the Western Hemisphere? Can you just expand a little bit more on how, you said that they have the best surveillance technology to repress religious freedoms in the world. So that means that they have brought this to scientific levels where people forget God in order not to die. So please, thank you.
Thank you for the question. And literally, it's a war on God. That phrase came out at our summit this week, and I thought that's actually what's taking place. There's a whole psalm on that says God laughs, but I'm not laughing. I've got a book coming out in May on this, on China's war on faith. When the book had been written, and it's at the publishers now, it was in 80 countries, the various surveillance technologies and various iterations of it. Under Chen Quanguo, just a brief history, Chen Quanguo was the party chairman over Tibet initially 20 years ago. He's the guy that they first sent to implement these sort of techniques of suppression of a religion. They did it on the Tibetans first. He was so effective, they moved him to Xinjiang, which is East Turkestan, the Turkish people population, and said, this is going to be tougher, and they gave him more money. And he combined old and new techniques there, both a digital gulag, and they've actually had gulags in prison camps. They've now transitioned to labor camps. The actual number of the amount of money spent, I don't have in front of me. Adrian Zenz would be a great source for this. He works for the Victims of Communism Foundation, has been one of the best researchers, but it's in the billions that they use this with. The thing that concerns me about it the most is twofold. One is they literally now can find a needle in a haystack. They can find that one person out of 100,000 that will actually lead people against a regime that's driven by their faith. They can pinpoint that person and get him or her. The second is the ability to target ideology. Now you can really drill in and teach people the lie on a very effective, targeted basis. So you get these two together, and then you give them to a whole bunch of other authoritarian regimes. They can take out the problem, and they can drill in the lie to people on a broad basis, and no new technology needs to be invented. That's why I'm saying that we really have got to act on these things now. But you act through these people that are people of faith and back them. Have the Vice President, the Secretary of State, go to Dharamsala, India, and meeting with the Dalai Lama and saying, we are behind you guys. Bring the head of Falun Gong, the gentleman that brought Falun Gong out, who is now exiled in the United States, bring him here and laud them for what they have done in standing up and trying to bring ancient Chinese civilization back. Recognize that Tibet has never been a part of China. It has not. There's a book just out now. It came out last week. NED backed it. It's 1,100 pages, all off of Chinese imperial records that say Tibet is not part of China. And the only sourcing is Chinese imperial records. It's not a part of China no more than Kazakhstan was a part of Russia. Sure. And East Turkestan is not, these are not Chinese. I think we've really got to start just pulling the layers off and calling it what it is.
What about the Western Hemisphere? What type of influence have you seen from the Chinese brought to, and then with that?
Ortega got much worse when he walked away from the relationship with Taiwan that Nicaragua had and embraced PRC. I don't know that money he's getting. I am certain he's getting money. And that's when they started really going after the Catholic Church. And
what about technology besides the money? Any new technology that you have seen in Nicaragua that you haven't seen, or any other part of the Western Hemisphere that you did not see before being used to really repress to scientific levels
Yeah, I don't
religious
have the
freedom.
specifics that I can give you on that today. I know the relationships are there. I know that has changed attitudes because the Ortegas used to be kind of okay with the Catholic Church and the evangelicals. They're not anymore.
Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to start first with our foreign policy toolkit. Over the years, USCIRF has included in its annual recommendations to support civil society in countries of particular concern to promote religious freedom. I agree with this recommendation. Unfortunately, the Trump administration's foreign assistance review terminated millions of dollars worth of programs supporting defenders of religious freedom. Dr. Schneck, can you share what you've observed over the years as the U.S. has supported religious freedom defenders abroad, whether it's in Afghanistan, Iran, Burma, elsewhere? What kind of impact does this have on religious freedom globally?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. I don't have the specific numbers, at my fingertips, so I can't speak at the level of numbers. But I can say that the programs of USAID, programs at the Department of State, some programs at the U.S. Institute of Peace, even programming, for example, by Voice of America, these programs, nation-building programs, frankly, have been a critical component of the United States effort to promote religious freedom abroad. You see that, I, for example, have visited the horrible Rohingya refugee camps on the Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. The funding for those camps through UNHCR and IOM and so forth, that funding largely came from the United States, and that funding, of course, is no longer present at the amounts that it was available before. And if you look at these camps, these are situations, dire situations, and frankly, from the perspective of U.S. Foreign policy concerns, these are radical populations that are capable of radicalization without the kind of support that was coming to them before. So around the world, I use Bangladesh, I use this camp in Bangladesh as an example. So around the world, the funding that the United States government has been providing for humanitarian assistance, for the development of civil society, for the promotion of interfaith relations, that money has largely withered and dried up as a result of the DOGE cuts, that we've seen. And so I'm very concerned about what that means for the future of our efforts in those areas.
I appreciate that. I want to turn now to Nigeria. Our subcommittee has held multiple hearings over the past few years on the topic. As you know, in November, President Trump threatened to deploy the U.S. military, quote, guns a-blazing, into Nigeria to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists there, stating that if we attack, it will be fast, vicious, and sweet. And as you know, over Christmas, the United States conducted strikes in coordination with Nigerian authorities against supposed ISIS terrorists in Sokoto State in Nigeria. Dr. Schneck, in your view, do you believe the strikes over Christmas effectively improved religious freedom challenges in Nigeria? Why or why not?
No, I do not. In fact, it occurs to me that the cost of the Tomahawk missiles that were sent probably exceeded the amount of money that had previously been going to Nigeria to improve interfaith relations and provide humanitarian assistance. So it's very concerning to me, in fact. I suspect really that strikes like that, to the extent that they have any effect at all, would likely drive some of these more militant organizations together in greater unity and perhaps mobilize them in the future. So I think that the strike was a mistake.
Thank you. And could you talk a little bit about what you see as the primary drivers of religious freedom violations in Nigeria and how the United States should most effectively work with the Nigerian government to address those drivers?
It's a very complicated situation, to be honest with you. There are a number of things happening. One, of course, we do have terrorist organizations operating on the ground in Nigeria, Boko Haram and ISWAP. We have Fulani herders being driven out of the Sahel, essentially, moving their cattle into areas, agricultural areas that are displacing farmers and driving farmers into IDP camps. We have extraordinary amount of banditry going on. We have organized crime going on, and we have a corrupt and, frankly, a failing government in Nigeria that's incapable of providing the basic police services and judicial services that are necessary to maintain order.
Thank you. I yield back.
Let me just ask a couple of questions. You know, my friend Mr. Castro talked about the fact that we do not have a ambassador at large, but Mark Walker was nominated in June of 2025. And we all know how frustrated we get with the United States Senate. They put holds on various nominees and as well as on bills and legislation. I am the one who wrote the law to create the special envoy for combating anti-Semitism, and the ambassador at large there, Yehuda Kaplan, he was held up and it was a bipartisan bill I did. He was nominated, and he sat over in the Senate for seemingly an eternity before he has been confirmed, so he's now on the job. So there is that problem of the Senate. I know, with all due respect, Sam, you served there, but you know, one person could put a hold on it, and then that can have the capability of just stopping everything in its tracks. So, you know, I think Congressman Walker would have been a great ambassador at large. I do hope that there's a replacement, you know, for his nomination ASAP. I would also point out that, you know, I was here in this room when we did the bill, the law, Frank Wolf's bill. I held all the hearings on it, right here in this room, occasionally in 2200, but mostly in this room. The Clinton administration was very much against it, but thank God he signed it. At the very, very end, you know, it was like, you know, some of his advisors, I'm sure, said, you know, this is a good thing. And there have been good ambassadors. Of course, Sam Brownback, in my opinion, is one of the best that we've ever had. And, you know, Rabbi Saperstein was also a tremendous ambassador. We had many hearings with him during the Obama years. But during the Obama years, we did not get, for several years, recommendations for CPC. And I would say it says you got to do it, Mr. President. And, you know, Rabbi Saperstein, I'm sure, you know, he didn't want to cross his boss, but he was all in accord with that as well. That send up, so we are asking the administration to send up designations for CPC. USCIRF continually makes very, very good recommendations as to who should be on it. Nigeria has been on that list time and time again. It was ignored during the Biden administration. Matter of fact, they reversed what was done vis-a-vis Nigeria to take them off. And I asked our Secretary of State under the last administration, what's the criteria? You know, we've got Christians who are being slaughtered. And when you focus on Christians, it's never at the exclusion of everyone else or even anyone else. You know, I've been all over Nigeria, as have many of my colleagues. I've met with many imams there. They get targeted if they're non-radical. So, you know, it's almost like Hamas. You know, you wonder why it's a child soldier factory, because when you're very young and being inculcated in terrorism, you then act on it, but, you know, try fighting against it, you know, in that closed space. Same way, and I had imams tell me, and I'm not going to name them because they'll probably be firebombed if I do, by Boko Haram and by others, that if they speak out, they will be firebombed just like the Christian churches. I went to 5 churches that were firebombed in Jos, Nigeria, with the bishop there, Kegama. And when I talked, and he was there with many of these survivors, they were targeted because they were Christians. Ditto for the Fulani. Anyone who doesn't think that, yeah, there are other mitigating or other circumstances contributing to it, but there's no doubt that there's a bias and a hatred for Christians by radical Muslims, by jihadists, not by non-radical. You know, I worked very closely with a number of leaders in Nigeria who were Muslims when they were at the United Nations, and they were tremendous people. One guy named Sarki, who was just a tremendous #2 over at the embassy. We know that, but we got to call out the bad guys. And when you get Open Doors, which has itself, you know, they have stood up for Christians all over the world, particularly in the Soviet Union. You know, I remember working with his founder who wrote, you know, God's, he used to bring Bibles into the East Bloc and into the Soviet Union. You know, you, Sam, all of us, we speak out for every one of the groups, every single one of them, with no exception. And I resent when anybody suggests that we do otherwise, because we don't do otherwise. We believe that Christians need to be, I mean, I've had 107 congressional hearings on human rights in China. We've had them on Tibetan Buddhists, we've had them on the Falun Gong. I had the first resolution on the Falun Gong, because we all know, and it passed in the House because they were being targeted by the Chinese dictatorship for elimination. But we can't leave out the Christians, and that's been part of the problem. They have been left behind for far too long. There was this was Rabbi Saperstein, a good friend, really a tremendous leader. He went to Vietnam, and there was a Pastor Chin, who was incarcerated from 2011 to 2017. Just a tremendous pastor. His wife met with Rabbi Saperstein. She was beaten to a pulp. Very serious consequences, and she had to sign something with the Vietnamese Communist Party, renouncing it and saying that her meeting was illegal. Rabbi Saperstein told us all about it. I'm trying to get Vietnam on the CPC list for years, 3 times. The Vietnam Human Rights Act have passed. It's my bill, totally bipartisan with my friends on the other side of the aisle, and always was blocked over in the U.S. Senate with a hold. But right in that, it calls for CPC designation for Vietnam. They are going, forced conversions, all the other things that they do there. I met with the top Buddhist in Saigon. I can't call it Ho Chi Minh City, in Saigon. He's under pagoda arrest. And we spent hours talking. And he said, if I walk out this door, meaning him, the Venerable Taekwondo, the police that are right across the street will go in there and they'll punch him and they'll push him back in. I mean, we've constantly, as did you when you were ambassador, Dr. Shinek, we speak out for everybody. But we can't exclude the Christians who have been targeted very, very horrifically. So I do want and hope we get that list of CPC countries yesterday. It's got to come. But again, Mark Walker, who's a pastor himself, would have been a great ambassador, and more needs to be done, no doubt about it. Finally, I did say it, but I'll say it again. I had hearings with Obama, with his people. After 3 years, we still hadn't gotten the list of CPC countries. I said, please send them up. Why aren't they here? You may disagree on who should be on the list. That's your call. But please send up a list, and they wouldn't. So we got to all do a better job. And Sam, if you could just speak again, to Mr. Ambassador, to some of the outcomes of your conference, because that is why we wanted to have this meeting, especially this hearing. Calls to action, what we need to be doing, maybe some of the missed opportunities that we need to double down on, if you could.
There was a lot of calls to action. There was some nice announcements of action. Pepperdine University announced that they're working with a series of African judicial leaders. These would be chief justices in various African countries, to come up with an alternate dispute resolution mechanism between people of faith. So to get moderate Muslims that would be willing to negotiate with Christian leaders to try to start an alternate dispute resolution process. We're going, great. That would be fabulous if we could see that work, because you're going to be in a full-scale war zone in middle of Africa before long, with militant Islam attacking the Christians that's taking place there. It has already started. It's in Nigeria. That's really what you're seeing right now. And it is Huntington's clash of civilizations that you're witnessing there right now. We just had an announcement today that'll come later today that the administration with Hungary helps, that does target particularly Christians, but not exclusively Christians, for aid in various places around the world, that there will be an announcement of the United States government joining in certain areas of ways that they can help as they, I think, start to reconstitute the aid programs and what they're going to do with it. That was just announced, took place this morning, was one that they came forward with. The other thing that I really want to draw your attention to, that everybody's behind, we've got an advocacy day today, is the transnational oppression. Virtually everybody, not everybody, everybody that was there, most of the people that were there at our summit, know somebody or they themselves have experienced transnational oppression, as Grace Jen Drexel and her family has. This is highly common anymore, and it's really something we've got to get on top of. Dr. Tang, that you would know, and a number of people, at the beginning of our conference was announced by the Vietnamese government that he is an international terrorist and they are putting out an arrest for a warrant for his arrest. And if he travels in a country that they have agreement with, that he's to be arrested. This has to be stopped. This has to stop. And then one other thing that was coming forward, the Mexican government, in working with and too much influenced by cartels in Mexico, is threatening the Catholic Church when they help people and they lift up folks that have been missing. There are now over 100,000 people, 120,000 people officially missing in Mexico, and the church tries to help the family. And they were going to be coming here to testify, to speak about it, and the church was told not to come, not to come. And you're going, this has to stop. This has to stop.
Mr. Castro.
Ambassador Brownback, the International Religious Freedom Act requires the State Department to publish an annual report on international religious freedom. I want to ask you, you used to lead the effort to compile and publish these reports. Can you walk us through how important they are and why they're essential?
They are an essential report. It's the primary factual setting and basis for much of the world on religious persecution that's happening throughout the world. I believe the administration will get it out soon. It isn't unusual, Representative, for it to be late. That's a pretty common thing.
It was due on March 1st.
What's that?
It was due on March 1st of 2025.
I know, and we used to see it'd be late, 6 months, a year. I'm not excusing it. It needs to get out. I hope it will get out soon, and it's an important document.
All right, thank you. Dr. Schneck, I had a question for you. For the last few years, I've been concerned by increasing pressure on the Christian community in Palestine, including in Jerusalem. Christian communities have been attacked by extremist settlers, often wearing the IDF uniform, or at least supported by IDF as they're committing these acts. Land controlled by churches in and around Jerusalem have been threatened by legal action. And as I mentioned earlier, the one Catholic church in Gaza has been bombed. And I've spoken with members of the Catholic, American Orthodox, and Greek Orthodox communities who tell me the situation has not improved. By no means are Christians facing this challenge alone, and this threat alone. Palestinian Muslims and others face similar challenges to their continued presence in Palestine and the continued practice of religion. So how should the United States approach this situation? It is a situation that doesn't get much discussion in Congress. In fact, some of the strongest voices for religious freedom are absolutely silent on this issue. And do you believe that U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, is doing enough?
Well, thank you for the easy question, Congressman. It's just recently the Christian patriarchs of Jerusalem, in fact, issued an extraordinary statement indicating their great concern about the situation, facing Christians, particularly in the Jerusalem area and areas in which settlers have a significant presence. So I'm, of course, very familiar with the situation as it relates to the Christians there, and I know, like all of us, about I think it was the shelling of the Christian church the Catholic Church in Gaza during the IDF's operations in that area. I do think that it's complicated to talk with an important ally like Israel about the situation where we find Israel itself not being sufficiently active in protecting the rights of minority religions within its territory. But if we can't talk to our allies, if we can't make policies to deal with our allies, then how can we say that we're speaking truth to all of the other powers around the world? I think among friends, these conversations need to be had and need to be serious. and we need to make a statement. As for Ambassador Huckabee, I don't know enough specifics about his actions to say.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that. And, we have made efforts over the years to combat anti-Christianity around the world, anti-Semitism, as we should, around the world. But this discussion, particularly around Israel and Gaza and the West Bank and so forth, continues to be a third-rail issue in the American Congress to the detriment of many who are suffering. I think that we should be able to speak about religious freedom around the world, including in Israel and every other nation. So with that, I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Sharif?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the expertise and time from our witnesses. I am a new member this term from Indiana. Other freshman members to either side of me. I am not an expert in this area. I haven't applied my career in this space as many of you have and as some of my colleagues behind me do. I represent a district in the middle of Indiana that extends into a number of rural counties, ag counties, but people would be surprised to learn that in my home county, I've got 35,000 Burmese Chin neighbors, many of whom left Burma in the 70s, persecuted Christians, mostly Baptists, that cannot go home and that very much remain threatened. And these are neighbors in my backyard. We think of them as citizens, neighbors, friends, but they're refugees in that they are disconnected from their families, and those families remain prosecuted. Burma is on the CPC list, and it has been for a very long time. As a new member, I had the opportunity to go to Nigeria 6 weeks ago. Representative Jacobs and Representative Huizenga, who were with us earlier, were on that trip. Edifying for me, sobering in the sense, in part, that 36 hours after we left, missiles came into the country. I met Nigeria's president, Christian. His wife, the First Lady, is on the Hill today. So, it's a diverse country, was on the CPC list in the first Trump administration, off in the Biden administration, I believe, Dr. Schneck, back on again. My very candid, not leading question for any of you is, as I look at the way that the CPC designation works, or moreover doesn't seem to me to work, if I look at the very long-term challenge with folks in Burma, as I see that designation added, removed, added again this past October in Nigeria, what's the appropriate potential escalation tool that our government can use, bring to bear with countries that clearly don't respect religious freedoms from within?
Let me thank you for raising the Burmese situation, because I think this is one that's underviewed and needs to really be addressed a lot more. And the Burmese are being attacked, and now they're not only being attacked by the military junta, they're being bombed by Chinese planes as China pushes its way into the Indian Ocean. So this is now a strategic issue. I think it's fine. We should use CPC. We need to put that out. But until you put some bite into it, until you get a hold of the money or you use weaponry or something, most of these dictators, they just gonna thumb their nose at you. So you really have got to go at them, use Magnitsky sanctions against the individuals. You need to use targeted sanctions against the government, ones that hurt the areas that the government controls and not others. And then I think you just need to make them really a pariah in the international sphere. Interestingly, in Xi Jinping's parade of dictators that he had in the country last year, he had I don't know, 23 dictators. Burmese military junta was there. And, you know, if that doesn't tell you something just right on the surface, but you got to grab something they actually care about. During Bush era, we had a series of sanctions that we'd put on Burma that were pretty effective, and I think those ought to be put back on.
If I could add, unfortunately, the CPC designation, as all the designations, really end up being little more than name and shame. We really need to think about connecting real sanctions with the CPC designation. Ambassador Brownback mentioned the Magnitsky Act. Sanctions of that level connected to the CPC, I think, would be an important addition.
Thank you. My time's expired. I appreciate those responses.
Gentlemen, yield just briefly. The beauty of the IRFA bill, as you know, and Frank Wolf was genius in doing this, and including setting up the corresponding organization, or USEF, so that there'll be a check and a balance, was to have first a designation and then the meting out of sanctions, which unfortunately, no matter who's in the White House, have been lackluster. I'm happy to say, vis-a-vis the Nigeria situation, there is now conditionality on aid. Half of it is held back to try to get some compliance with the principles, but there's 18 or so, starting with a simple demarche, but also very serious sanctions that are there in the quiver that could be used, and we're hoping that they will be used. The only time that there was an effort to use one sanction in terms of denying a visa, and that was in the bill, was against Modi in India for his alleged, and I think there was real credibility to it, slaughter of Muslims. So there's these tools that just need to be used. But I thank my friend, and it was Tom Lantos who wrote the JADE Act in 2008, targeting and his daughter's here again, targeting what the junta was doing. So, and then the sanctions that Sam talked about. I'd like to now yield to Mr. Olszewski.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith, and thank you to our ranking members for holding this hearing. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us as well today. As a man of faith, I feel an obligation to point out the stark moral contradiction that we're facing as a nation. Pope Francis often cited the parable of the Good Samaritan from the Gospel of Luke, a story of a wounded traveler whose life is saved by the compassion and kindness of a passerby. That story captures a vision of a church whose first instinct is to bind wounds, lift the fallen, and stand with the vulnerable. It's a vision that I believe is embodied by the new Pope, Pope Leo, who served among the poor in Peru. For me, that parable is not a metaphor. It's a call to see that every child vulnerable to disease, every mother denied basic health care, every refugee without clean water as that wounded traveler. Our mission to alleviate suffering must be rooted in compassion, in service, and a deep moral responsibility to love our neighbor just as Jesus did, no matter where they live, what language they speak, or what religion they profess. That's why I believe religious freedom cannot be separated from our lived experiences. A community that is starving, a health clinic that is shuttered, a generation of children denied quality education is a community where extremism, instability, and persecution is much more likely to take root. While we're discussing religious freedom around the world, we do so against the backdrop of an administration that has slashed the very foreign assistance that helps keep vulnerable religious minorities alive. Reports indicate that the administration has destroyed food and other essential supplies that could have been distributed instead to those in need. An independent study co-authored by UCLA warns that U.S. foreign aid cuts may lead to more than 14 million additional deaths globally by 2030, including 4.5 million children under the age of 5. These are children of God who will die of diseases we know how to prevent, mothers lost in childbirth, and families devastated by illnesses that could have been treated with basic medicine. Medicine, in some cases, that we have now destroyed. If we take the call to be Good Samaritans seriously, we must understand that our policy choices can either bind wounds, as Jesus did, or walk past them. Dr. Schneck, I want to open with you. We know that many churches, mosques, and other faith communities overseas are the ones running those clinics, caring for the sick and comforting families. I'm curious to get your thoughts on how our policies can better support those local faith efforts so that our commitment to the religious freedom we're talking about today is matched with a commitment to the physical well-being of those communities.
Thank you, Congressman. And, as you know, the programs that you're talking about have largely been defunded currently. And, as a result, organizations that relied on those funds to provide not just humanitarian assistance, but assistance to develop interfaith relations, assistance to develop civil society, those things, those cuts, I think, are potentially devastating for the protection of religious freedom around the world. And I think in my own faith, as a Roman Catholic, I very supportive of an organization called Catholic Relief Services, which provided humanitarian assistance around the world, not just to Roman Catholics, not just to Christians, but to people of all faith. A good number of their programs have been significantly underfunded now because of the cuts that the federal government has made in cooperation with Catholic Relief Services. So I share your concerns that those cuts are, in fact, a threat to religious freedom around the world, and I very much hope that this Congress will work to restore some of that funding.
I appreciate that. I know that my time is winding down, but I guess I'll just close by reinforcing, for me, I find myself wondering how, for me as a follower of Jesus, as other religions with similar beliefs, how are we letting that example and letting those faith examples be a guide for how we approach caring for vulnerable people beyond our borders? And I think that this conversation is important, but it's also not happening in a vacuum, and we have to sort of look at the whole person if we want to be able to address this critical issue. And I thank you all for your testimony and for your work in this space, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Huizenga, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I've been running around a little bit. Actually, this is the second time today I had a chance to talk about sort of religious persecution and what has been going on. I would be remiss if I didn't say hello, Mr. Brownback. You won't remember me, but I was Peter Hoekstra's district director back in the day. Who was a very good friend. I sat in many a meeting and on many a phone call as I drove Pete around. So I knew the ambassador before he was senator and while he was in the House. So good to see you again. And I appreciate your work over the years that you have done. I want to hit on, very briefly, I want to hit on Syria. And then I would like to also touch on Nigeria. And if we have time, Tibet and Nepal, actually, and Cox's Bazar are that situation. Those are all fall under my purview as chair of South Central Asia subcommittee on the Foreign Affairs Committee. So, to Syria here, in the context of mass violence against Druze, Alawites, Christians, Kurdish communities in Syria, following the collapse of the Assad regime and the emergence of a fragmented HTS-aligned governing authority. I'm curious, sorry, in my mind it's still Senator, but Ambassador, I'll start with you. How would you assess the current religious freedom conditions in Syria?
Very problematic, very troubling, and if we don't get it right, we're going to have a genocide. I think you have to allow those communities to have their own security. They have to be able to provide their own security. Or you're going to set up for a genocide just like we did in Iraq when we didn't provide that for the Yazidis and the Christians. You had a genocide a few years later. So right now is really key that the United States press the Syrian government, this government that's in place right now. One Syria, we're not talking about breaking Syria up, but the people there, the Druze, the Alawites, the Christians, have to be able to provide their own security. You have to be able to be in charge.
And currently they're not allowed.
What's that?
And currently they are not allowed?
Not in most of the areas. Now, some they are, and the Kurds need to be. The Kurds are our best allies. We've got to keep standing with the Kurds. They will protect religious minorities, and they need to be able to have their own security. That to me, is something we have to push as a U.S. government, and you got to do it now while it's still an active issue.
Many of us struggled a bit, quite honestly, with the repeal of the 2019 Syria Civilian Protection Act. I did vote yes, with the proviso that we would be doing robust oversight. And fortunately, our full committee is going to be taking a closer look at the post-Assad Syria in a hearing next week. So please continue to give us that feedback. And my general take is to take the Ronald Reagan trust but verify and maybe expand it. I would say in this case, sort of trust and definitely verify, because I think we have not seen a very good track record. So Nigeria, I want to speak briefly, and I happen to lead the delegation that was there December 19 through the 22nd. I wouldn't recommend trying to get to Nigeria over the weekend, but we did it. But we had to because of what was going on. And I'm curious, what measures have you seen the government of Nigeria take to address religiously motivated violence against Christians, especially in the Middle Belt? I may have a little different view of that strike than my colleague who was on the trip as well, and I appreciated her input and her time with that. But what do you think the impact has been so far in lowering the threat level?
I really appreciate the attack in that it got Nigeria back on the agenda. The Christians have been getting killed now for years.
It definitely got their attention.
So you finally got their attention. I do not trust this Nigerian government. They've broken their long-standing way of doing a practice where they would have a president that was of one faith, Muslim or Christian, and a vice president of the other faith. When I first went over and traveled there, you had a president that was a Muslim and a vice president Christian trying to balance it. This one said, nope, we're both Muslims, and they're behind the Fulani. Now, they will say no.
President Tinubu is Fulani. Or, I'm sorry, Rabadu, the head of the NSA, is Fulani. I don't believe Tinubu is Fulani.
I not only trust but verify, but you've got to now go at putting systems in place to where the Christians are going to be able to be protected themselves, or the states can provide that protection instead of the federal entity. Again, it becomes back that fundamental security issue. And this government has not given us any reason to, the Nigerian government, to trust them.
My time has expired. I appreciate this. I was hoping to get to Tibet and Nepal, and Dr. Schneck had mentioned Cox's Bazar. But I appreciate your work, and Ms. Drexel, please send our regards to your father and all those that are under the thumb of the CCP and their efforts to quash those of religious belief. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Smith has actually gone to meet with the President of Congo, and in his stead has given me the honor of chairing the committee. So I thank him for that. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I believe the greatest threat to religious freedom in the world is the rise of mainstream Islam. And I call it mainstream Islam because I think we're calling it radical Islam as an attempt to minimize the threat that it exists. The radical Muslims are the ones who don't want to kill us. They do exist. Not all Muslims are bad, but I think that we use that to minimize the threat. And I believe it's the largest threat because it is religiously motivated. When China or Russia or other countries persecute religions, they're doing it in the pursuit of political power. When they no longer believe it is good for them to get political power, they will stop. Whereas the rise of mainstream Islam is based on religion. It is a belief that is deeply held and is why we have to fight it. So and by the way, we see this threat in the United States. The leading civil rights organization for mainstream Muslims in the United States, the Council on American Islamic Relations, argued in the state of Texas that 3 Muslim children had the right to attempt to destroy a Christian church because they were practicing their First Amendment rights. That is how they tried to get them out of being criminally prosecuted. So I find it very troubling when there ends up being a focus on Israel, a country that I would note where the Christian population has risen dramatically since the creation of the State of Israel. Whereas if you look at a place like Bethlehem, where Jesus was born, the Christian population has dropped from 85% to under 10%. It is not because Christians did not want to live near the birthplace of Jesus. It was because they no longer felt safe to be there. So I have a question for Ambassador Brownback, if you don't mind. I introduced a bill, the Peace Act, which passed unanimously out of the Foreign Affairs Committee, that directs the State Department to coordinate with our allies to protect the rights of Jews in Europe to practice their faith, a place where we have seen dramatic increases in anti-Semitism, again, as we've seen the rise of mainstream Islam come to Europe. Muslim terrorists are openly targeting people because they are, quote, visibly Jewish. Are you confident in our European allies protecting religious freedom? They seem to be interested in potentially legalizing cousin marriage or banning New Year's Eve because that might offend certain religions. But are you confident in our European allies protecting other religions? Because what's happening in Europe is certainly very concerning to me.
It's very concerning to me as well. And there are a number of European countries, I think, that do work at it. The rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and particularly in Europe. I'm hearing now of safe houses in Europe for Jews. That was stunning to me when I started to hear that police, in some cases, telling Jewish congregations, we can't guarantee your protection here. I don't think near enough is being done, but it also, to me, pales somewhat in comparison to what I see taking place in Africa, where you've got just a war that now is breaking out in that middle belt of Africa between Islam and generally attacking Christianity in that region. And I don't think near enough is being done across the world. But I work with a number of European countries. I don't want to be particularly caustic towards them because it's kind of hard to find allies in this space that will do something. And there are a number of European governments that will work on religious freedom issues, and they'll work on them globally, and they'll work on them with us. So I'm happy to have the work. I wish they would do more.
Thank you. And to change topics, I mean, obviously I worry about religious freedom of Jews being one, but I'm obviously very concerned about the religious freedom of Christians, particularly in China, where it is largely driven by governmental and governmental power. China's closing churches, quote unquote, re-educating Christians to follow the party line. Ms. Drexel, if you've got any thoughts on U.S. policy, what we ought to be doing to defend religious freedom and how we can do better than have happened in previous administrations to advance that, I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Thank you so much for the question. I think that in China, like you said, that it is very much state-backed, and ultimately, I think that it is still a religious in some ways motivated. Just Xi Jinping wants to be God in this instance, and I think that I've seen many diplomats from this administration and congressional support from both sides of the aisle to support the situation with my father and so many other Christians that are being detained currently, and I'm very thankful. And I think that this has been tremendously encouraging. The fact that Secretary Marco Rubio mentioned my father's case by name 2 days after the detention really set a strong signal, and I think that we should continue on that type of pressure. I know that President Trump is going to meet with Xi Jinping and coming in a few times this year, and if we can continue to rise the heat and the conversations to be had at a higher level, maybe potentially even at the presidential level, that would send an even stronger signal to the situation in China.
Thank you. My time having expired, I want to thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony today and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we will ask you to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to committee rules, all members may have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous material for the record, subject to the length limitations. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Oh, yeah. Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
shelter, broken dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Wake up, Biafrans. We know if we keep quiet again. Now Biafra, they call all Biafrans. Make una wake up. Make every Biafran wake up today. Jihadists, terrorists, they come. We don't see a more child. Wahala plenty, oh, my people. Make una wake up. Now, no be tomorrow. How long we go they sleep while our people they cry? They won't kill us and carry our land. That's also blood everywhere. No more silence, no more sleeping. Everybody wake up. everybody, yeah. This call now for everybody will be Biafra. It goes from Igolat, off it from Calabar, it just from Riverside, Urobos from Delta, East Tekiri stand up, Igodo Migodos rise up. Different language, different name, them divide us with artificial border. But suffer no get right. Whether you dey abroad or you dey house, whether you get money or you no get, this matter concern I dey but you know BC don't look matter again. How long we go dey wait? How long we go dey fear? If today we no talk, tomorrow to bet. If you fit help, what you dey wait for? Time dey run, make everybody wait up now. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. No be time to dey sleep. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Our future day for our hand. Freedom no be free. Sponsor your freedom today. Donate your money today to Biafra Republic government in exile. Sponsor your freedom. Donate your money today to Biafra Republic government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogetukwu. Donate your money today to Biafra government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogetukwu. Stand up together. One voice, one people, one direction. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up now or never. Pastors, make una wake up. This one no be sermon, no be preaching. Prayer na good thing, but without action, prayer no go work. Prayer without action no be anything. Faith without action no go fit work. Elders of the land, if house they burn, silence no be solution. Tradition leaders, kings and chiefs, una get voice, una get influence. Freedom no be free. Pastors, bishops, wake up and sponsor your freedom today. Tell your church members, send them your money to Biafra Republic government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogetukwu. Pastors, bishops, judicial leaders, wake up and donate your money to Biafra Republic government in exile. Led by Prime Minister His Excellency Ogetukwu. If they take over your land, they go turn your churches to mosque. If they capture Biafra land, everybody go suffer. If they capture Biafra land, nobody go fit talk about church again. Unity na power, na action be the holy solution. Your voice get power. Stand up for your mama, stand up for your wife, stand up for your picking. If we join hands, nobody fit conquer us. No wait for another person. Now you Biafra, they wait for. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. No be time to sleep again. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Our future day for our hand. And just know they delay. Stand as one. Make them hear our word for. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up now or never.
Greetings, greetings, greetings to everyone. And we bring you warm greetings and we salute you from all ends. We salute our leaders that have lived before us and our leaders that are still alive in prison. We salute our PM in office. We salute the entire cabinet of BRJA and we salute the de facto government. We salute Biafrans in the homeland, the BDF, and everyone that is doing well to make sure that the fire of Biafra does not quench. Kudos to all Biafrans, for you have done what the enemies did not believe you can do. As you join this program, please share. Tomorrow is our Saturday weekly fundraiser, and we call on all Biafrans to be part and parcel of that fundraiser. Then on the 5th of April, we have Australia Town Hall meeting. Australia Town Hall meeting comes up on the 5th of April, that is Easter Sunday. While tomorrow we gather for our weekly fundraising. We encourage everyone to join and to support financially so that we can continue the restoration of the independence of Biafra. We have more to do, both home and abroad. Biafra has not come yet. Our leaders are still in prison. The main reason why they took them out of the scene and buried them in prison is to destroy your consciousness about Biafra independence. Is to see a way of causing confusions in your brains. Is to distract all of you and to see that you do not focus more on Biafra. But you have to send a message, and that message is a message of consistency and formidability that you are going forward and that you are not backing down. That's what you have to do. So we continue our campaign for Biafra. Doesn't matter how many of our leaders will be locked up in prison. The battle continues. Yes, because even the Iranian terrorist regime have not stopped the battle. Even when they know that they are not doing the right thing, they have not stopped. Rather, they intensify their efforts to slaughter thousands of their citizens who hit the streets demanding for the end to the jihadist Sharia terrorist regime. How much more you, who is fighting a just cause, who have not cut off heads of babies, women, and children? You have reasons and you have the power and the legitimacy to continue the cause of Biafra until Biafra is fully restored. That being said, we have on the 29th of March, USA North and South Town Hall meeting coming up. We invite all Biafrans to be part and parcel of all these events. These are events that will raise awareness and raise the hopes and aspirations of the Biafran people. These are events where we connect the dots and we explain what you should know. Please join us as we continue the campaign. Let us raise funds so that we have funds available to fund our diplomatic political engagement in Washington, D.C. and in the entire globe. Then on Sunday, being next tomorrow, we have our town hall meeting for the radio, TV, and satellite. 7 p.m. Biafra time, and we invite everyone to be part and parcel of this very event. Don't be left out. Contribute to your freedom and make sure your name is recorded now so that tomorrow you can boldly speak and say, yes, I did that, I did that, I did that when the heat was on. And my names are also on the monument that have been erected for Biafra. Please come in and answer your name and let yours be on the record. Don't be left out. We want to have our radio working in all parts of Biafra land so that when we speak, and as I speak now, Biafrans will hear us in the homeland and in every part of Biafra land, and they will get the real-time message, and they will know what to do without the intrusion of the Nigerian terrorist system. Our freedom is here, and we just need to intensify the effort on the race to the finishing line. But know ye that we are in the tough zone, and we are in the tough phase of this very freedom. So it's not going to be easy, but we must and we will overcome all the mountains that are on the way and on this road at this very last phase of this freedom. So buckle up and ensure your seatbelt is properly tight. Then on the 22nd of March, we will gather, or we shall arrive in Canada, to know what the people of Canada have in stock for us and to look at the table and to enjoy the good things of nature, where we will deliberate and talk about how we are going and what we are going to do more and the next phase. If you're not seeing what BRJ have done before now, it means you are deaf and dumb and blind. But we pray for the God of creation to open your eyes so that you can wake up before the next flying bullet lands on your head. Thank you to everyone. And we expect to see you all in tomorrow's fundraising, Sunday town hall meeting, and the subsequent events that are coming along the week. Biafrans march on the streets in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra independence. And the crowd was huge. Then, Biafrans on Monday had showcased their solidarity march to Israel and America, saying thank you for them fighting against the terrorists who have slaughtered their mothers, women, and children, both in Nigeria and in diaspora. And we want everybody to understand that the terrorists which exist in Nigeria is not different from the ones you see in Iran and other parts of the world. They are one and the same thing. It is the same circle. It is the same clique. It is the same groups. It is the same legion. It's just an expansion of the jihadist terrorists from Iran to Nigeria, from Turkey to Nigeria, from Afghanistan to Nigeria, from Palestine to Nigeria. They are shared all around. And in Nigeria, the sole aim is to see that every Christian is conquered, and that same idea that they want in America to happen is what they want to happen in Nigeria. They know that Nigeria is a land first with all mineral resources that is needed. So if they get hold of Nigeria, flush out all the Christians, they will have a bigger safe haven in Africa. How many of you understands what it means? How many of you understands what it means to have another Iran in Africa? Having another Iran in Africa is having Nigeria, because the Middle East, there is one Iran, and that one Iran harbors all the evil plan of Sharia and Jihad. You see, there are many other Arabic or Muslim nations or countries in the Middle East. But the one that happens to be the central point, the point where the sponsor and the control unit of the terrorists is coming out from, is Iran. So if there is one headquarter in the Middle East and it is in Iran, they need to have another headquarter in Africa. Having that second headquarter in Africa is what they are working on to see that it happens in Nigeria. So I just want you to imagine the fact that Nigeria happens to be totally conquered, and all the Christians' lands taken over, all the resources taken over. What do you think the oil and gas and all the bitumen, the uranium, the californium, the gold and the silver and the aluminum in Nigeria, all those that are in the hands of or in the lands of the Biafran people and the Yoruba people and Middle Belt, what do you think that those resources will become? Those resources will become weapons of warfare. So another Iran is what they need to build up in Nigeria, so that when they have one central unit in Africa, they have another central unit in Middle East. If they are unable to conquer Europe and America, they will use UK as a confluence point, while Iran in the Middle East and Nigeria in Africa will now serve as the point that will be shooting down the missiles and all the weapons needed. This is why they want to take over Nigeria, so that they will understand how far they have gone in controlling. The earlier everybody wake up to understand this, the better. They started the protest in Nigeria by hitting the streets in Abuja, marching on the flag of Israel and marching on the flag of America. And then Biafran people reciprocated by letting them know that they know how to raise the flag of Israel and America. They raised the flag, and the flag was very high. And that has gone to do what? To infuriate the terrorists in the north. So today, since last week, you have had how many numbers of people that have been massacred in the north? But the northern region of Nigeria are not concerned about how many babies, women, and children are slaughtered. They ignore that. What they are so concerned about is how they can do protests to support Iran. That means the numbers of babies, women, and children slaughtered in northern Nigeria is nothing to them. What matters to them is what happens in Iran. The war in Iran did not start since 2001, but the genocide in Nigeria, the Christians, babies, women, and children started the slaughter in Nigeria since 2001. So when you ask the question, Do these people have conscience? Do these people have conscience? Is one question. Are they comfortable with the Christian genocide? It's another question. The answers will come out and you will understand what the meanings entails. Let us bring this video to the screen so that you can see what is happening. What is different from these people compared to the Iranian terrorists, the way they are chanting in their parliament? What is different? It's a very simple question. What is different from these people to what they chanted in the Iranian parliament? I believe you can see that nothing is different. They chant the same songs, they go the same way, and they do everything the same. They organize the same kind of protests, and they go with the same ideology. But did you see these same people chant and protest when babies, women, and children of Christians were slaughtered in Nigeria? No. As we speak, while they are doing this protest, there is Boko Haram attack slaughtering babies, women, and children in the north. Then you also see, they say, oh, insecurity has claimed lives of soldiers, lives of civilians, lives of this, lives of that. Do you see them protest in the street for it? No, they don't protest. But do you now see what they protest for? They protest for what they stand for, which is jihad, which is Sharia. I'm calling on all Biafrans. I'm not going to last too long on this program as usual because of the time. Tomorrow is another day we can continue on a longer scale in our fundraising. But I want you all Biafrans to understand something. When you are protesting in the street of Biafra, they bring guns to come and stop you and accost you. But when these people are protesting, they don't bring guns, they don't bring army, they don't bring police to come and block them on the road. And when they were stationed this march, they organized it, you can see them. So Biafrans did march. And after Biafrans did march in solidarity with Israel and America, you now see them come out again. Okay, so Biafrans are going to march again. The solidarity march of Biafra to Israel and America is every Monday going forward, every Monday. Every Monday, sit at home. You are to do your stage march for Israel and America support of freedom. Yes, you have to remember that every Monday, sit at home, which is the Biafra Freedom Day, you have to, yes, you must carry out your sit at home march, your sit at home freedom march on the streets. You make the video and you showcase it. Let it go viral. It is to give solidarity to the countries that are fighting for you as Christians. Because you can see that Northern Nigeria don't care about the babies, women, and children that are being slaughtered on a daily basis. They are comfortable with it. Instead, they are calling death to those that are fighting to free you. So, remember that every Monday, you must have your videos made out and sent out. It must go around, and everybody must see it. The one you did recently, I've hungered them. So you need to do more. You need to give them more so that they will not have any place to breathe. We want all of them to start chanting this slogan of death to America and Israel from inside the Parliament of Nigeria. Yes. We want them to be shouting it from there. We want it coming out from there so that the thing will go very loud. Very soon, I go they shout this death to America and death to Israel inside the Nigerian Senate and inside the National Assembly. and inside the State House of Assembly. We want to see it from there so that we will know how to redirect the next bombs and missiles to where it should come down to come and hit you guys. Biafrans, you need to understand that if you are not brutal, if you are not being stubborn, your freedom would not be given to you, because freedom is not given to weaklings. Freedom is given to those that are brutal and can stand their ground, no matter what happens. So everybody should wake up, brazen up, and do not miss our fundraising tomorrow and the town hall meeting on Sunday. I thank you all, and I salute you all for your warm embrace. We continue to say thank you to those that made it to the street protest and the march in Aba, both those that are traveling and those that joined in Aba. Thank you for your sacrifices, and we long to see more. You must understand that that rally or that protest was a protest in support and in solidarity with Biafra. Anything that we do have a meaning and has a significance. If you're not aware of it, then start understanding it now. Support the freedom of Biafran people so that we can achieve what we want. I salute all of you and see you all later in the day for our town for our fundraising, and on Sunday our town hall meeting. Ndewo mu Chineke. Thank you for all you do.
Wake up, Biafrans. We know if we keep quiet again. Now Biafra, they call all Biafrans. Make una wake up. Make every Biafran wake up today. Jihadists, terrorists, they come. We don't see a more child. Wahala plenty, oh, my people. Make una wake up. Now, no be tomorrow. How long we go they sleep while our people they cry? They won't kill us and carry our land. That's also blood everywhere. No more silence, no more sleeping. Everybody wake up. Make I talk am well, make everybody hear. This call now for everybody will be Biafra. Igbos from Igolat, off it from Calabar, Ijas from Riverside, Urobos from Delta, East Ekiri stand up, Igodo Migodos rise up. Different language, different name, them divide us with artificial border. But suffer no get right. Whether you dey abroad or you dey house, whether you get money or you no get, this matter concern I dey but you know BC don't look matter again. How long we go dey wait? How long we go dey fear? If today we no talk, tomorrow go bet. If you fit help, what you dey wait for? Time dey run, make everybody wake up now. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. No be time to dey sleep. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Our future day for our hand. Freedom no be free. Sponsor your freedom today. Donate your money today to Biafra Republic government in exile. Sponsor your freedom. Donate your money today to Biafra Republic government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogetukwu. Donate your money to una wake up. This one no be sermon, no be preaching. Prayer na good thing, but without action, prayer no go work. Prayer without action no be anything. Faith without action no go fit work. Elders of the land, if house they burn, silence no be solution. Tradition leaders, kings and chiefs, una get voice, una get influence. Freedom no be free. Pastors, bishops, wake up and sponsor your freedom today. Tell your church members, Biafra Republic government in exile. Under the leadership of Prime Minister, His Excellency Okechukwu Inkere. Pastors, bishops, judicial leaders, wake up and donate your money to Biafra Republic government in exile. Led by Prime Minister, His Excellency Okechukwu Inkere. If they take over your land, they go turn your churches to mosque. If they capture Biafra land, everybody go suffer. If they capture Biafra land, nobody go fit talk about church again. Unity na power, na action be the holy solution. Your voice get power. Stand up for your mama, stand up for your wife, stand up for your picking. If we join hands, nobody fit conquer us. No wait for another person. Now you Biafra, they wait for. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. No be time to sleep again. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Our future day for our hand. And just know they delay. Stand as one. Make them hear our word for. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up, now or never. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Everybody rise, no delay. Wake up, Biafrans, wake up. Today na the day we must choose our destiny day for our hand. Biafra, a public government in exile. Under the leadership by Prime Minister, His Excellency Okechukwu. Now him be the only government where they work for Biafra deputies. One voice.
from the land of the rising sun, from the land of courage, from the people of truth, rising above every silence, speaking hope to the world.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of freedom,
voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rising sound of a nation.
Who speaks for the people?
Who carries the truth?
Who rises for freedom?
Who rises for freedom?
Deep announce a voice,
Voice sound of truth.
the voice of a rising nation.
The voice of a rising nation.
Voice
of Biafra.
Biafra, Biafra. Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rushing sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra,
The products and tips,
voice of truth for every generation.
voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rising sound of a nation.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
who rises for freedom.
voice of truth for every generation.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
to make this sound world class.
rising sound of a nation.
Use instruments like
Voice of Biafra,
Igbo, Genebe.
voice of truth for every generation.
Voice of Biafra,
Voice of Biafra,
voice of courage.
rising sound of a nation.
It's in the Olympics.
Simple fact is radicalized Islamists are running amok in Nigeria. They're terrorizing moderate Muslims, they're terrorizing Christians, and they are targeting Christians. That cannot be disputed. And while we see many people trying to emphasize the outside issues, lifestyle, who owns land, who is the herder, et cetera, they want to emphasize that those are the key drivers and that they're the key drivers of everything but religion. And I and many others, and I'm not just talking about those of us on this committee or Americans, I'm talking about religious leaders in Nigeria believe religion is one of, if not the main driver of targeted violence right now. We just heard from Bishop Anagbe. A week and a half ago, I talked to President Magaji. President Magaji is the president of my own, he's the Nigerian president of my own faith sect, the Christian Reformed Church. We have 400,000, mostly from a Dutch background, 400,000 participants and members here in North America between the United States and Canada. We have 500,000 in Nigeria. We are essentially an African church that happens to be headquartered in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I want to ask this question, because this seems to be sort of part of the central argument. Well, this isn't necessary. Well, certainly the Trump administration believed it was necessary the first go around. And I want to ask this question. Did things improve when the Biden administration removed the CPC?
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga.
And just for the record, I'm seeing a number of heads shaking no in the right behind you. And these are people that may have a little better information than what the American media is, and they're all nodding their head right now. So go ahead.
Thank you for your question, Representative Huizenga. As you mentioned, violence has increased over the last several years. It was unfortunate that the Biden administration chose to remove Nigeria as a CPC in 2021 and 2022 and 2023. And President Trump's bold action to redesignate them is a wake-up call to the Nigerian government. And as you mentioned, extremist religious ideology is, of course, a primary motivator of these attacks. The attackers themselves use religious language. They target churches. They target Christians on holidays.
Yeah, and absolutely. It was Christmas Eve of 2023 when 200 people were murdered, killed in a church. Now, I want to ask this. So one question was, did things improve? I think the answer is no on that. Here's the question. Proportionally, do we see Christians killing Muslims in Christian areas of Nigeria the way that we are seeing radicalized Islamists killing Christians in Muslim areas of Nigeria?
What I can tell you, Representative Huizenga, is that Christians are disproportionately targeted based on their population.
Exactly. And by the way, for those that you can't pick up with the microphones, there's audible yeses behind you. Again, the people that are watching who are nodding their heads. Why? Because they have lived this. Their families have lived this. I went to school with kids from Nigeria. I've got neighbors who've been missionaries there, who have family there, who have friends there, who know this is going on. Yet we've got not just the mass media, we got people within Congress denying that this is happening, or certainly de-emphasizing it. It ought to be outrageous that it is Christians, moderate Muslims, anyone being terrorized by these radicalized Islamists in Nigeria, and we've got the Tinubu government sitting back and not doing enough. And I recently just was interviewed by Nigerian television, Arise TV, and that was really their question. Is the Tinubu government doing enough? And I had to answer, no, they are not. And I do not understand how a delegation can come here to the United States and downplay and come up with all of these other excuses as to why this is allowed to happen. It should be rejected and should be called out for what it is. And I've got a couple of other questions that my time has expired that I'm going to have to go and ask for them in written responses. But one of them I need to highlight is in Benue State, there's 1.4 million people who are considered internally displaced. Understanding that the administration has supported refugee assistance in dozens of other countries since taking office, what humanitarian assistance support are you providing or plan to provide to the IDPs in Benue and Taraba states, where many of those Christian communities reside? And I'll have to take the answer in writing. And Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, just to show the breadth of this, I want to submit for the record remarks from the chairman of the Financial Services Committee, French Hill from Arkansas, who also serves on the
in a country where you can get the death penalty for criticizing a religion. And we'll talk about that if I have time to get to questions. That is not okay. That is not acceptable. That is not a value that America should ever stand by and allow. We are allowed to have whatever opinions we want in this country, no matter how reprehensible they may be. We should demand that from others if they wish for our aid and assistance. But what I'm most tired of is the delusional belief that if we all just sit down around some sort of hypothetical drum circle, as I heard earlier, that we can resolve our differences. People are being killed, and it requires people to stand up and use force to keep them and to make them safe. I'd like to ask the ambassador, since 2009, it's believed 19,000 Christian churches have been destroyed. My question to you is, was that a coincidence? Were they just like randomly targeting buildings, and these 19,000 buildings happened to be churches, or were they targeted because they were churches?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. As my colleague has said, and the Trump administration strongly believes that there has been a disproportionate number of attacks on Christian communities, which is the reason for the designation.
Okay. And so let me follow up with this. Why do you think Joe Biden decided, given this was going on, we're all good, we're taking this away, everything's going to be fine now? What led to this delusional strategy that led to the deaths of Christian people?
I can't speak to that decision.
What do you think?
I would say that there was probably a discussion around strategic interests, but the performance did not achieve the result intended, which is why this administration has made a decision that we need to see more performance in this area in terms of security for all Nigerians, but especially to tackle this particular problem.
Okay. I'd like to ask Mr. McGee a question. What is the administration's position, and how strongly have you encouraged the Nigerian government as it relates to blasphemy laws? You know, this idea, you talked about problems that people are having there. They go to jail for years because of their words, because of their criticism. Not saying I agree with their criticism all the time, but all they're doing is they're not threatening anyone, they're not killing anyone, but somehow they go to jail for blasphemy, something unfortunately many people moving to this country want to impose on us here. What has the administration done to say to that, that's not okay, we're not going to abide by that?
So it is unacceptable in a free and democratic society to have blasphemy laws, period. They are not only imposing on somebody's free speech, but they're also imposing on their right to practice their own religion freely. And when blasphemy laws are used as a tool by the mob, or bandits, whatever you want to call them, to attack Christians, it shows that blasphemy laws are a problem per se. It's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why the Trump administration opposes these laws, and it's one of the reasons why Nigeria is on the CPC list, because these Sharia laws are being used as a bludgeon against Christians oftentimes.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and I will close by thanking President Trump for being willing to go after Muslim terror wherever it rears its ugly head around the world. Thank you, Mr.
Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. Children wake up in no 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make it tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You
calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra, Afro Biafra.
From the land of the rising sun, from the land
turn them up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no 50 race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
From the land of the rising sun, from the land of courage, from the people of truth, rising above every silence, speaking hope to the world. Voice of Biafra, voice of freedom, voice of truth for every generation, voice of voice of courage, the rising sound of a nation. Who speaks for the people? Who carries the truth? Who rises for freedom? Who rises for freedom? Deep announce a voice, voice sound of truth. The voice of a rising nation. The voice of a rising nation. Voice of Biafra. Biafra, Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rushing sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. The products and tips. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Who rises for freedom? Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. To make this sound world class. The rising sound of a nation. Use instruments like Voice of Biafra. Igbo, Genebe. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. It's in the face.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land? from the wounded hearts. Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day. We still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive. Whoa.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace.
Stand for love, stand for life.
Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart to make in the house of the Lord, and in his own house he prosperously effected. And the Lord appeared to Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of my kingdom according to as I have covenanted with David your father. saying, there shall not fail you as a man to be ruler in Israel. But if you turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments, which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I pluck them up from the roots out of my land which I have given them, and this house which I have sanctified for my name will I cast out of my sight, and will make it to be a proverb and a byword among nations. And this house which is high shall be an astonishment to every one that passes by it, so that he shall say, why has the Lord done thus to this land and to this house? And it shall be answered, because they forsook the Lord God of their fathers, which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods, and worshiped them and served them. Therefore has he brought all this evil upon them.
Turn 'em up. From Biafra land to the whole world. Now who they talk? The voice of Biafra. We know they hide again, we don't show face. True don't wake up in no fit race. From village squad to overseas, everybody they have frequency. We they stand the dig bar, no shaking. No more silence, we they breaking. From the east side to the diaspora, now we be the real voice of Biafra. Biafra, make them hear us. Biafra, nobody can stop us. Biafra, fire they burn. Anywhere you they make you tune and done. Signal down strong, we don't reach everywhere. From Africa go Europe, then they hear I'm clear. We they talk truth, we know they fear.
More Christians are killed for their faith in Nigeria than anywhere else in the world. Since 2009, Islamic jihadists have murdered more than 50,000 Christians in Nigeria, and more than 20,000 churches, schools, and religious institutions have been destroyed, most burned to the ground. Scores of Christians and several others were kidnapped over Holy Week. Nigerian officials have been, unfortunately, complicit in facilitating these atrocities. At the state level, a dozen Nigerian states implement Islamist blasphemy and Sharia laws. At the federal level, the government looks the other way at Islamist violence. The result is, unsurprisingly, yet more jihadist violence. Last year, I introduced the Nigeria Religious Freedom Accountability Act, which would require placing Nigeria back on the country of particular concern list and impose sanctions on officials involved in enforcing blasphemy and Sharia laws. The U.S. government knows who they are at both the local level and the federal level, and they should be held accountable. I'm sorry to say that Nigerian officials are, at a minimum, in denial of the government's role. In October, several officials, including the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House and the Chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a range of anonymous officials linked to the President, directly attacked me for saying that, quote, officials in Nigeria are ignoring or even facilitating the mass murder of Christians by Islamic jihadists. Last year, I met with a delegation of top Nigerian defense and security officials. They said they were committed to ending the violence. I told them I would judge their commitment by the results. Those results have yet to materialize. President Trump has established that the United States will use all tools of statecraft to counter the violence. He ordered that Nigeria be added to the CPC list, and in December he ordered the Department of War to target ISIS terrorists in response to their massacre of Christians. I'll note that the Nigerian government said at the time that it welcomed and indeed requested the actions. I find their statements to be somewhere between hypocritical and infuriating. In December, the president said that jihadists have been targeting Christians in Nigeria, quote, at levels not seen for many years and even centuries. What does the situation look like now, several months later, and what can and should the United States do to stop the mass murder of Christians?
Are you ready to be held accountable if indeed your comments, your actions, and inactions are found to have incited people to violence?
Which laws have been broken, can I ask?
Well,
and even more so, which incitement to violence has been done? You know, I appreciate the prior remarks and context regarding different issues in Nigeria. I would say that it's despicable to try to compare me to anything in Rwanda. It truly is disgusting. When have I called to murder one person? I have never once called for anybody to be murdered. I have called for people to be protected.
Well,
that the government
Alex,
is not doing their job.
Alex,
to
maybe not
protect people from
directly.
being slaughtered.
Maybe not directly. You maybe not directly calling for revenge attacks, but from what you're telling the people, they get more agitated, and this leads to
defend themselves
violence.
From
yes,
killing.
to defend themselves. But we have the government and security
Did you not
agencies.
protect your own daughter and son from being killed by terrorists? Is that wrong? Is that harmful rhetoric? To protect your families from terrorists? Because it's Christians that were saying to protect themselves? Everybody should protect themselves. And anybody in their right mind, if they are being threatened, if their daughter, mother, father, anybody is being threatened to be killed, it is their right to protect themselves. If you cannot live in peace and you cannot protect yourself, what country is this? I mean, if you can't live, what is that? Anybody in their right mind would not want their families to be killed. And that's all I call for. If the government is failing to protect you, you should protect yourselves from people who would take your life. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing breaking a law about that. There's nothing evil in that. And from my understanding, even in Muslim and Christianity, you should protect yourself from threats. I'm not saying to go and take up arms and go murder the government. I've never called for that. I've never called for anybody to be murdered. I've never called to do anything regarding the government. I said, protect yourselves from people who would threaten your life.
Well,
and there's nothing wrong with that. No law has been broken.
There are also claims that there was a meeting you held with the local population, and after, talking to them, there was a reprisal, a revenge attack that also led to the death of two other people in Plateau State.
That was already done before I arrived. What I noticed was the burning in the fire, the people had taken revenge, and that fire was actually where the attack happened, which I found out after I had left Angwarukuba. So they had killed two people, innocent people that were Muslims from what I was told, in revenge for the original attack. And those two people were in Akeke, from what I was told. And so they were killed before I arrived. So it's a false narrative to try to say, oh, because this person came that they went and did this. For 2 decades, have Christians not taken revenge after being attacked in Jos? This is nothing new. It's been happening for 20 years. Let me tell you this. The founder of the ministry that I work with in Jos, he was murdered by Muslims in front of the university. He was on the way back from a funeral because it was the middle of a crisis. He was cut into pieces. His body parts into pieces in the middle of a crisis. This was 7, 8 years ago. I wasn't there. So it's a false narrative to try to say that, oh, because a white man came, all of a sudden people are killing people. For decades, people are killing people.
Alex, you said something earlier that Muslims are also being killed. You talked about Zamfara, Katsina State.
Absolutely.
So why continue pushing a narrative that appears to support what they call now the Christian genocide? The question is, why does it appear your activity in Plateau State and indeed Benue State is making an already bad situation worse?
I would first pose the question, what that has been done has made it worse?
Well, your comments and the rhetorics you're pushing, calling on the local population to defend themselves.
Yeah, so I don't really see which comment has been insightful. I have called that, one, the terrorism should end, that the government should be doing everything in their power to protect innocent people, Muslim and Christian alike. I've been very vocal about, obviously, the Christians who are being killed across Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of states. But I've never rejected, and I've directly talked about the violence happening in Zamfara, in Katsina, in Sokoto, and Kwara. I mean, the ones who were killed in the Woro massacre, which you're very aware about, were primarily Muslim people. There's still hundreds of people that are in captivity that were kidnapped, both in Kwara, and then also, we saw recently with ISWAP and Boko Haram in Borno State, hundreds of people that are still in captivity. And so the things that I have said, I would say that I would ask people to show me and tell me specifically what rhetoric and what words are causing anything. Because for me, I've called that, yes, innocent people should be defending themselves. You know, in America, we can do this. You know, in America, you have more guns than you do people. And so, you know, this type of issue can't even really happen in America.
But
because
this is, you know,
if
this
I were to go to someone else's house, they would defend themselves. Yeah, no, it's 100% truth. Like I said, Muslims are being killed in Nigeria. This can't be questioned. It's a fact. But there's two things that I want to really be clear about, okay? If you say that Christians are being killed and there may be a Christian genocide, that doesn't mean that Muslims are not being killed in Nigeria. And so I want to be very clear about that. What I am saying and what I have seen with my own eyes and what I've heard from Christians and Muslims alike in Nigeria, there's two things. In Zamfara, in Borno, Kwara, Katsina, Sokoto, Muslims are being killed. Muslims are being kidnapped. Hundreds and hundreds, thousands of villages have been burned. It's pure evil. Across the Middle Belt, specifically in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, the truth is that Christians are directly being targeted. That can't even be disputed. And the question that I would ask is, if this is not the case, how many Muslims and how many Fulani people have been killed? How many of their villages have been burned in these states? So again, I'm only referring to Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, those places. Fulani cattle herders are not killing their own people. They're not burning their own villages. They're going and targeting Christians in their villages. And so that is why we are saying, okay, in these states, Christians are being targeted. We're not saying Muslims are not being killed and Muslims are not suffering across Nigeria, because they are. That's the truth. It's a fact. And I've never said anything different than that.
All right, Alex, I would ask you now, it has been alleged that, you know, you're serving the interest of foreign influences. How do you explain allegations that, you know, you were invited by a certain aide to the former governor of Benue State to push certain political agenda in Nigeria?
If I were to respond to every allegation, I would never move from a newsroom. The reality is that people will continue to allege anything they desire, anything they think. And what I would say is, if you want to allege something, then there needs to be evidence or proof of such. You can't just say that I'm going to allege that this person is this person is that, this person has done that, but I have no proof of that actually being done. So if someone wants to say, oh, this person is CIA, he's a foreign operative, foreign agent, what shows that I'm a foreign agent or a foreign operative?
Well,
is
Alex,
there any type of proof or evidence at all? And even more so, which CIA operative or foreign agent is in the public eye? I mean, everything about me is public. I don't try to hide anything. You can see my life, my history, where I played football, what state I'm from, where I do work, what countries I go to, what I've built. I'm very open. I have nothing to hide. So it's on the burden of the people to show proof, not for me to disprove false allegations with no proof.
All right, countries. Is this about a push for Nigeria's mineral resources, or it is truly about peace and finding lasting solutions to the conflict? And how exactly are you even working with government whose primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of lives and property?
Which minerals have I sought? I haven't done anything regarding any minerals. I've never made comments regarding minerals. I've never touched a mineral. I build churches, I build schools, I rebuild villages that have been burned. I stand for the oppressed. I stand for freedom. I stand for the innocent people to protect themselves from terrorists and people that would take their lives. I've never discussed minerals. I have no interest in minerals. I don't even know what minerals there are in Nigeria. I know there's tin because I saw tin miners mining in Barikin-Ladi. So I don't know where these allegations come from outside of people that simply are trying to slander, trying to spread misinformation and propaganda, to try to silence me, to discredit me, to try to shade over the work and the things that I am saying and what I am doing. But the reality is that truth is my greatest defense, because truth cannot be argued. A fact cannot be argued. Allegations can be argued. And this is an allegation.
All right,
but when there's no proof and there's no facts, there's nothing for me to say. I can't disprove, but there's nothing to respond to.
All right, then. Alex, what next for you? You know, you have left the country. You deny claims or allegations or claims that, you know, your visa was revoked, but now you have left Nigeria. You're in Florida. Are there plans to return to continue with your work?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I actually went to Kwara. I wasn't even supposed to be in Plateau during this mission. I went to Kwara to rebuild Woro, and when I got there, between the government, the governor, the chairman, military, they said that we're not allowed to rebuild Woro village. They said there was a heightened security risk in that area. And so I had to reshape everything. I had to drive 20 hours through the night back to Plateau to figure out what I'm going to do and to reallocate those funds specifically for building in Barkin Ladi. And so I'm waiting to still go back to Kwara to build for Woro. I have money specifically for that in the account for rebuilding. And so we're currently drilling. We're rebuilding a village in Barkin Ladi. And so we even did some building in Kebi. And so, yes, I absolutely have plans to be coming back to continue that work. You know, that is what I do. And I'm waiting to go to Woro.
Alex, who is funding you? Who's funding your works?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very open about this. So in America, when it comes to nonprofits, the primary people that fund these types of organizations are, one, you have individual people that give to charity. That's how nonprofits are primarily funded. Two, you have churches that give, and then you have also organizations that give. And so you have three pools of people that if they believe in what you're doing, they believe in the work that you're doing and how it's being done or whatever it is, then they support you with funds. This is how it works in America and also other countries all around the world.
And what do they want in return?
There's nothing in return. You don't get anything. It's charitable. So you give without any type of expectation of being given anything back. So that's how it works for charities and nonprofit organizations, which Building Zion is a nonprofit organization.
Are you committed to seeing lasting peace or seeing the government, restore lasting peace to Nigeria and ensure that both Christians and Muslim population are protected?
The answer is yes, unequivocally. To me, it's actually a shame that I even need to speak regarding injustice in the killings. And I would actually completely agree with what you just talked about, that if there was justice, I wouldn't even need to say a word. I would prefer that I could come and build a school, build a church in peace, not have to say a word to anybody, not be in the public eye. That's how I began in Nigeria. But because of how much injustice I saw and how every time I come, I'm getting reports from all these pastors, everybody kill. I'm like, how can I be silent? And so when I see those things, I'm like, truth needs to be told, justice needs to be served, and we need to speak for the innocent, speak for the oppressed. And so I am on the side of peace. I wish there was peace. I wish Muslim and Christian alike that people did not have to be killed. Whether I disagree with your beliefs or not, that's okay. I'm not going to kill you because I disagree.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who goes stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can
passion take its place. Now's the time to show his grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Good afternoon, my fellow citizens, Biafrans, and all of us of freedom worldwide. We have a question to ask, especially those that identify themselves as Nigerian. If you identify yourself as a Nigerian, are you better off in Nigeria? Do you love the current situation in Nigeria? Is Nigeria working for you? And for my fellow citizens, Biafrans, it's time we exit, of which we don't identify ourselves as Nigeria anymore. We are fighting to exit Nigeria. We'll do everything within our reach. We are Biafrans, we are not Nigeria. And for those that still be campaigning as Nigeria, ask yourself this question again. Is Nigeria working for you? Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is built on faulty foundation by the British government, and it's not working. Millions of people have been massacred from 1967 to 1970. The genocidal war, the Nigerian terrorist state killed Biafrans in millions, while the North that have been killed today, and also the Middle Belt and the Southwest part of Nigeria, they all colluded. They fought the Biafran people and asked them today, is Nigeria working for them? The northern part of Nigeria is crying, while the Middle Belt crying. That means Nigeria is not working. We encourage the people of the Middle Belt to rise up, fight for their freedom. Southwest, Oduduwa, Yoruba people, rise up, fight for your freedom. Nigeria is not a country and will never be a country. A former presidential candidate, a terrorist called Peter Obi, he acknowledged that Nigeria breeds criminals. And he is also a criminal. Nigeria breed him. A former president and a vice president in the name of Goodluck Jonathan also acknowledged that Nigeria is not a country. The British people are trying to make it work, but it's not working because the people are different. People speak different language, different religion, different culture, different ideology. While the Biafrans from the east are practicing live and let live, and the northern part are using jihadists to Islamize them, to terrorize them. We are different people. Please, let's ask Nigeria this question. Where is the next place that we attack? Nigerian government. Where is next place you will deploy your military terrorists that have colluded with the terrorist state, Islamic terrorists, to kill the innocent Biafran Christians, Nigerian Christians? Nigerian government, where is the next place you target. Where is Dangote? Dangote sponsor these terrorists. Shetima sponsor these terrorists. Kwankwaso, Gumi, Sanusi, Sultan of Sokoto, and also Tunubu. These people are all terrorists. They sponsor terrorists. They sponsor the insecurity. A former president named Obasanjo made it clear that insecurity in Nigeria can never stop. This is a former president. He said insecurity can never stop. Do you know why? Because the government of Nigeria sponsored the insecurity. While the North is burning now, they are crying. Middle Belt is burning, the people of Middle Belt are crying. These are people that have been clamoring for years of one Nigeria, unity of Nigeria. How will Nigeria be united? Why the people are different? If Nigeria is such a great country, wonderful country, why do you think United States of America will issue a statement warning her citizens not to travel to some part of Nigeria, if not all Nigeria? Why do you think United States of America will close the embassy in Abuja? Because Nigeria is collapsing. Nigeria is at brink of war. Nigeria is going down. Please, Biafrans, our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom is now. And for the people of Middle Belt, rise up. Fight for your own country. Stop this, your one Nigerianist. It's not working. The more you call on one Nigeria, the more they kill you. The more you believe in Nigeria, the more you die. Lekki Tollgate, when so-called patrons of Nigeria once protest against the injustice, the same Nigerian terrorist state unleashed her military to kill innocent protesters. Nigeria is a disgraced country. It's not working. Please, citizens of that contraption, ask the federal government, ask Nigeria, the next place they will attack. Because they know all the terrorists by name. They know their house, they know where they live, they know their hiding place. And for all the terrorists in Biafra land, both those so-called former governors and the present illegitimate governors and senators that are bringing these terrorists to our land, all be brought down. Without that, we will not achieve or get our freedom. You can't bring terrorists to kill us and you will be walking freely. The Biafran people will hold you accountable. The Biafran people will hold you responsible. As far as for Nigeria, those one Nigerianists, if you don't face the reality, fight for your freedom, enjoy the show while it lasts. Now that the whole Nigeria is burning, how do you feel about it? These are the so-called terrorists you call your brothers, you call your friend, you call your countrymen. These are the so-called terrorists you dine and wine with. These are the so-called terrorists you believe. Nothing will separate you and them. Fight for your freedom. Thank you from here. God bless United States of America. God bless Biafra Republic. Thank you.
Voice of Biafra. Voice of freedom. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Afro Biafra.
From the land of the rising sun, from
the people. Who carries the truth? Who rises for freedom? Who rises for freedom? Deep announcer voice. Voice sound of truth. The voice of a rising nation. The voice of a rising nation. Voice of Biafra. Biafra, Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rushing sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. The products and tips. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Who rises for freedom? Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. To make this sound world cause the rising sound of a nation. Use instruments like Voice of Biafra. Igbo Genebe. Voice of truth for every generation. Voice of Biafra. Voice of Biafra. Voice of courage. The rising sound of a nation. It's in the Olympics.
Are we live?
Yes.
Greetings to everyone, and you're welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television once again. And with us in the studio today, we have Michael Rubin. And I will leave the stage to the Prime Minister and Michael Rubin to do the finishing. Dr. Michael
Thank
Rubin,
you very much,
welcome to
Minister of
you.
Information. It is a great honor to be here today with Dr. Michael Rubin, one of the most respected think tank official and foreign policy leader in Washington, D.C., and a great friend of Biafra and Biafra Republic government in exile. He is more his impressive biography. Here is more of his impressive biography. Michael Rubin is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he specialized in Iran, Turkey, and the broader Middle East. A former Pentagon official, Dr. Rubin has lived in post-revolution Iran, Yemen, and both pre- and post-war Iraq. He also spent time with the Taliban before 9/11. For more than a decade, he taught classes at sea about the Horn of Africa and Middle East conflict, culture, and terrorism. To deploy U.S. Navy and Marine units, Dr. Rubin is the author, co-author, and co-editor of several books exploring diplomacy, Iranian history, Arab culture, Kurdish studies, and Shiite politics, including several pillars. What really causes instability in the Middle East? AER, Press 2019, Kurdistan Rising, AEI, Press 216, Dancing with the Devil, The Perils of Engaging Rogue Regimes, Encounter Books, 2014, and Internal Iran Continuity and Chaos, Paragraph 2005,
Dr. Ruby has a PhD and MA in history from Yale University, where he also obtained a BS in biology. Thank you, Dr. Ruby. The question we have a lot of questions, but because of time, we just take as much as we can. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged the U.S. government for such recognition in parallel with other advocacy such as the U.S. Christian community and organization. This has been successful with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization or discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. Doctor, what are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold Nigerian government accountable? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. First of all, I'm glad that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have calibrated U.S. policy towards reality rather than wishful thinking, like what we saw with the previous administration when Nigeria was taken off the watch list by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And frankly, the facts on the ground tell the story much more important than any U.S. administration. And so I would hope, Democrat or Republican, whoever follows President Trump, would also continue to recognize the real slaughter of Christians that is occurring in Biafra. The way I look at it is this way. There are two possibilities. Number one, either the Nigerian government is directly and purposely slaughtering the Christians in Biafra. The second possibility is the Nigerian government is too weak to prevent the slaughter of Christians in Biafra. Either way, however, the fact remains that there is an ongoing genocide. If the Nigerian government is purposely and directly seeking genocide against Biafra, then the United States must recognize Biafra to help protect it. And if the Nigerian government is a failed state and too weak to prevent the actions of the Fulani militias, then the United States should stop recognizing the fiction of Nigeria and recognize the independence of Biafra. In reality, Nigeria is a colonial empire. It's an artificial state, and it's a failed state. The fact of the matter is, it's time to continue the full decolonization of Western Africa, and that means allowing Biafra, Amazonia to be free.
Thank you very much, Doctor. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue and how it ties in with Biafran aspiration?
Well, look, Biafra didn't simply form a few years ago. It's not simply the product of a diaspora community meeting in Finland. The fact of the matter is Biafra has always existed, and we can go back to the 18th century, if not before, and we find evidence of Biafra and recognition of Biafra on European maps and elsewhere. But certainly, Biafra showed its desire back in 1967, and unfortunately, for cynical reasons relating to the Cold War, for cynical reasons relating to Nigeria and its economy, we have a situation in which Nigeria was quite literally allowed to get away with murder, allowed to get away with genocide. One of the problems that we see when we fail to recognize genocide when it occurs, when we fail to delegitimize the ideology that leads to that genocide, is it ensures a repetition of that genocide. After World War II, the German Nazi Party was stigmatized, and the Germans were forced to come to account with what they did. The problem we have in Nigeria is that too many countries have given Nigeria an excuse not to recognize its own responsibility for the first genocide in Biafra. And because of that, the ideology has continued and it has amplified to the point where we now have the second genocide in Biafra. The moral compromise of people like the president of Finland is shameful. The moral compromise of Anthony Blinken when he was Secretary of State was shameful, especially because he used his own father-in-law's experience in the Holocaust as part of his claim to moral standing when he became Secretary of State. The fact of the matter is, there will not be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is free. And it is unfair for everyone in Biafra to have to suffer through a second Nigerian genocide, a second Biafra genocide at the hands of the Nigerian government, simply because diplomats want to be polite and want to make their oil deals and their other trade deals. The Christians of Nigeria should not be sacrificed so that some Europeans can make a quick contract.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm so encouraged with your words, your expertise, and your knowledge. I hope people are listening and learning from the expert and for who care for humanity. Thank you. The Biafra Republic government in exile brigade heavily invests in time and energy and in high-level engagement in Washington, D.C. While the new Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s, a professional engagement campaign led by Brigade in Washington, D.C. is a very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating to this. Can you explain to the Biafran people why educating U.S. officials on the Biafra issue is critical?
Well, first of all, what you say is absolutely true. I personally, of course, am not Biafran, and so I'm not going to comment on internal Biafran politics. What I would say, however, is that whatever one's political belief as a Biafran, the most important thing is education of people outside Biafra, of people outside Nigeria, to understand the Biafran cause. And there's absolutely no doubt that great progress has been made over the last 2 or 3 years on the issue. Now, there's been two issues or two dynamics that have allowed to this success. The first is the lobbying campaign that the Biafran community in exile has undertaken in Washington. You have made people aware. You don't need to spin. You don't need to create facts. All you need to do is educate. Because unfortunately, the Nigerian government is creating the facts with its own perpetuation of genocide in Biafra. Frankly, however, the Biafran community has also become lucky in Washington simply because of the sheer incompetence of the Nigerian embassy. The fact of the matter is, there is not an embassy more lazy in Washington, D.C. than the Nigerian embassy. Even when I talk to State Department officials who do not necessarily agree with the idea of an independent Biafran state, they will acknowledge that the reason why the Biafran cause has sunk such deep roots now in Washington, D.C., is not only because of the lobbying efforts, but also because the Nigerian government has not managed to contradict or explain any of the assertions made by the Biafran community or its own Nigerian actions. So the fact of the matter is, you have had great success. And the reason why this is important is because genocide happens in the dark. When you shine a light on the slaughter of Christians in villages and towns in Biafra, then their deaths are not in vain. There is accountability. We can look at any number of episodes. Kosovo in 1999 with Bill Clinton, or more recently, the military action in Iran. And we can recognize the importance of understanding how the slaughter of a country's own people led to intervention. And so, in the case of Nigeria, while no one is talking about intervention right now, the fact of the matter is people are talking about sanctions against Nigeria. And frankly, the Biafran case for independence is going to become even more important as an element of U.S. national security, as a U.S. interest. If the government in Mali falls, then we are going to refocus on the problem of jihadism, of Al-Qaeda, of Islamic extremism, of the Islamic State in West Africa. And while, of course, Mali and Nigeria do not share a direct border, the fact of the matter is that if Mali becomes a safe haven for Al-Qaeda, Nigeria is going to be its target. And if the Nigerian government is as incompetent and as permeated by Islamists as we've seen over the last several years, then the United States, not for reasons directly of religious freedom, but for reasons of stability and security in West Africa, will have absolutely no reason, no choice, but to recognize the state of Biafra as an independent country.
Wow. Thank you very much. And the Nigerian terrorist government, they always make our job easier for us. The Biafra Republic government in exile has a transactional approach in engaging the U.S. government, making a beneficial offers in the areas of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Well, look, when it comes to the aspirations of Biafra, just like when it comes to the aspirations of Somaliland, another country which had suffered genocide, in this case at the hands of dictator Siad Barre, who, by the way, after he was overthrown, was granted asylum by the government of Nigeria, a fellow genocidaire government. The fact of the matter is, Biafra and its lobby should make any number of arguments because different policymakers in Washington will be motivated by different ideas. There's not a magic formula. Personally, the morality of the Biafran cause matters to me. To the evangelical Christian community, solidarity matters, the protection of Christians. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Prime Minister. And Biafra has a lot to offer And the point is that Biafra needs to do what is in Biafran interests. It needs to have a symbiotic relationship with the United States. And if that means a military base for the strategic Gulf of Guinea, if that means energy deals with American companies, that's fine. The fact of the matter is, we should be supporting you for practical, realpolitik reasons. We should be supporting you for moral reasons. We should be supporting you for security reasons. All of them go together in a way that is beneficial to both countries.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As a follow-up to the previous question, Brigade have offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea, which we know is very, very important. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's a very good idea. Realistically, the United States isn't going to establish a military base before much more formal recognition of Biafran autonomy, if not independence. That said, I would add to your litany of reasons why this is important that the Gulf of Guinea is now the international hub of piracy. And therefore, it becomes extremely important to the security, to the freedom of navigation, to the energy flow. Now, technically speaking, when it comes to maritime law, piracy is an act that occurs 12 miles outside of a country's borders, once it's outside on the high seas, outside of its territorial waters. What Nigeria has done is categorize many of the acts of piracy as occurring inside its territorial waters in order to depress the statistics. But the fact of the matter is, Nigeria, number one, is dishonest with regard to its security. It's become a major source of instability in the region. And at the same time, Biafra has the resources which Nigeria wants to loot. The dynamic which the United States has to be very careful about is this. We've seen, for example, in both Pakistan and to a lesser extent Egypt, governments demanding that the United States assist them with defeating extremists. And in a way, it's a dynamic of extortion. Pakistan supports the Taliban, for example, and then demands that the United States gives it security assistance to defeat the Taliban. But it's never going to defeat the Taliban because it wants the billions of dollars in American security assistance. What the Nigerian government wants to do is similar. It wants to, on one hand, promote and catalyze the Fulani militias and other Islamist extremists in the Middle Belt, in the North, and in Biafra. And it will say, you need to give us millions, billions of dollars for our military in order to defeat this threat. But it's like the arsonists saying, you need to give us millions of dollars, billions of dollars to put out a wildfire without admitting that they themselves started it. So what the United States needs to do, military base or not, is to call the bluff, the cynicism of Abuja. It needs to tell the Nigerians, we know what your game plan is, and we reject it. And the fact of the matter is, you have become a terror sponsor. You should be designated a state sponsor of terrorism. And we have concluded that the only way to protect the security and stability, as well as the Christian community, is to recognize Biafra.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against the Biafrans, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrated terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. What are your thoughts regarding arms sales to Nigeria? Should they be blocked, or at least conditions attack that U.S. arms cannot be used against the Biafrans and Christian population?
Well, look, at a minimum, they need to be conditioned. The fact of the matter is, however, that the Nigerian government probably wouldn't adhere to those conditions. Look, I mean, when push comes to shove, the Nigerian government needs to be held accountable for its own actions. And the Nigerian army has been shown not to be a reliable security force. What I would do is challenge the Nigerian government. I would demand that any weapon sales be preconditioned on the arrest, the trial, and the conviction of any Nigerian officer, any Nigerian soldier who has participated in human rights violations against the people of Biafra. And if the Nigerian government isn't serious enough about rooting out the corruption and the terrorism within its own armed forces, then Mr. Prime Minister, under no circumstances should they get a single weapon or salary assistance to their military, because it's clear that they're insincere and they're playing a double game.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can the Biafra military force, the Biafra Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army be an alternative for U.S. in the area to the Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to the U.S. in the Middle East? Should the U.S. military train and professionalize the Biafran force into a professional counter-terrorism force? We have proposed this to U.S. government for consideration.
I would say that that is a good aspiration for the future. Realistically, until the United States recognizes the autonomy of Biafra, it's unlikely that you're going to get U.S. trainers descending into Biafra the way they have in Iraqi Kurdistan, or more recently in Somaliland. But you're absolutely right. Biafra should have the ability to defend itself to the best of its ability, especially if its neighbor cannot be trusted and indeed is the main threat to its security.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The government of Nigeria has relationship with U.S. adversaries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. In fact, Nigeria at one point brought Iranian officials into the parts of Biafra which remained under government control last year. Nigeria is also trying to bring a Turkish military presence into the country. This is unacceptable to the Biafra Republic government in exile. We are eager to work with the U.S. to counter this malign influence. Should the U.S. also view supporting Biafra as combating malign foreign influences, such as from Iran?
Yes, although, frankly, I see Turkey as a much greater threat right now. Turkey entered, for example, Somalia with the argument that it was going to bring peace and security to Somalia. But what Turkey did was empower al-Shabaab to the point where you cannot even go from the Turkish-controlled green zone at Mogadishu's international airport to the Villa Somalia, just a couple kilometers away, because al-Shabaab controls the territory in between. If Turkish forces, if Turkish advisors enter Nigeria, they are not going to bring peace and security. They are going to empower Boko Haram. Their weaponry is going to end up with Boko Haram, and they are going to catalyze the slaughter of the Christians in Biafra. If Turkey cannot even acknowledge the Armenian genocide, how can you trust them with the lives of the Christians in Biafra?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I believe that every finger is pointed to Nigerian government or as a regime, as Iranian regime. So Nigeria is Iranian part 2. So they share the same ideology. So arming or supporting the Nigerian military is actually supporting terrorism against the Biafran Christians and even the Nigerian Christians. Thank you very much. In addition to the United States, which sovereign state do you think Biafra should cultivate relationship with? For example, Biafra has a historical relationship with Israel, and Israel is currently a natural ally for us.
Look, ultimately, who recognizes Biafra and who Biafra recognizes is an issue of strategy. Certainly, Israel makes sense, but look, I mean, the fact of the matter is, African countries should support the Biafran cause as well, because Nigeria is simply a colonial empire under the guise of being an independent African state. The fact of the matter is, the way Nigeria has acted disqualifies it from the full recognition of the African Union and all of the member states. If I were Biafran, I would look at other states in the region that perhaps have reason to understand the threat which Biafra has been under. Somaliland as a victim of genocide. The Namibians were also victims of genocide. In the future, one might look at countries that have had difficulties between sectarian communities, like the Central African republics. And who knows, maybe in the future, big heavyweights in the region, like Ethiopia or South Africa, will understand that their future and their interest lies with the creation of Biafra rather than tying themselves to a country like Nigeria. The way I think about Nigeria is this. It's almost as if someone breaks into a fancy automobile and instead of stealing the sound system on the automobile, takes the dead carcass of a cat from the back seat. Nigeria today is like that dead carcass of a cat. And no one wants to have to rely on it. I mean, Biafra is the country of the future.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there other independence movement or non-state actors you think Biafra should have relationship with? We have contact with the Ambazonia. Somaliland is being pointed out as a successful example.
Well, I mean, certainly Somaliland is successful. And the reason Somaliland is successful is, like Biafra, it has a clear history and clear borders. And it also has a national unity that is born from the trauma of the initial genocide. And Ambazonia makes sense as well, simply because, look, Ambazonia should be independent. Cameroon had its opportunity, and it failed in its compact, much like Mogadishu, Somalia, failed to uphold its contract. And when you fail to uphold your contract, the contract is violated, and then you can go in the other direction. So when it comes to Ambazonia, I mean, absolutely, they have every right to be independent, and frankly, their national history is going to be tied to Biafra's and vice versa, and it makes sense if both countries support each other as they struggle for independence. I mean, it's the English expression, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I know your time is limited. I wish we can have you all day here because your words, is whoever don't learn from what you're saying and especially your experience on this very particular field, you're actually saying everything with facts. And that's exactly what is happening because in the world we live today, people are shy away from speaking the truth, saying the way it is. Thank you, Doctor. Biafrans and people around the world are closely monitoring the war in Iran. You have written extensively about the Iranian democratic opposition, including Reza Pahlavi. What lesson do you think the Biafrans can learn from the successes and missteps of the Iranian opposition, both of which you have wrote about?
Okay. I've criticized Reza Pahlavi, a man who I've known for almost 30 years, because, number one, the disorganization of his office. If you cannot organize your own office, how do you expect to organize a country? That's point number one. Point number two is I believe that Reza Pahlavi, or at least many of his aides, became a little bit too comfortable in exile. I've compared them to the White Russians from the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, where many of the exiles would talk about revolution, talk about returning, but really they wanted to attend the cocktail parties and the social scene in European capitals. I don't see the same mistake occurring with the Biafrans. I see the Biafrans as much more willing to sacrifice for their own country. And we see that because so many Biafrans are fighting. I mean, not just with words, not just with television cameras, but also literally fighting for their own survival right now. And so ultimately, I see a cohesiveness within the Biafran diaspora. The only warning I would have, again, is the only message which the American audience should hear, which the European audience should hear, is about the justness of the Biafran cause. If there are disputes politically within the Biafran diaspora, those should be handled internally. And ultimately, those will be decided when there is a referendum or elections in an independent Biafra. But it's not the job of any Biafran official to complain about any other Biafran official. And one of the reasons that I believe that the Biafran movement has been successful so far, again, is because the Biafrans have been keeping their focus, at least to the American audience, on the broader principles. Too many people among Reza Pahlavi in Iran have started attacking other opposition figures without understanding that the only adversary which they should be targeting is the Islamic Republic of Iran and its murderous regime. And so in this, I commend the wisdom of the Biafran diaspora for recognizing that the principle has to come above the politics.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. In conclusion, do you have a final message to Biafran people? And Biafran people love you so much. You have been in their midst several times, and they appreciate you being on VOB, on Politic Insight today. What is the final message you have for Biafran people? Thank you.
Look, my final message is this. Every dictator wakes up, every Democrat wakes up knowing when his term in office is going to end. Every dictator wakes up knowing that today will be his last. Over the years, I've had the ability to interview people. Lech Walesa in Poland, for example. People in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, and others. And what they say is, we fought and we fought and we fought. And sometimes it seemed hopeless. But then when the change happened, it happened much faster than anyone expected it would. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with regard to Nigeria and the collapse of Nigeria. It may seem far off, and diplomats, American diplomats, European diplomats, may seem to almost with tunnel vision just support the status quo. But as Nigeria collapses, it will be amazing how quickly things change. And so it behooves the Biafran community not only to advocate for their cause, but to plan for the day after. So when the Republic of Biafra is internationally recognized, it can start its operation right away. Its ministries, its economic philosophy, its legal code will all be prepared so that Biafra and the Republic of Biafra will be successful. And in that, I have no doubt that you will. The human capital, the intelligence, the lived experience of the Biafrans put them in a category much closer to Somaliland than to a country like South Sudan, which failed almost as soon as it began. And so I commend everything the Biafran community is doing in order to preserve its national rights and in order to protect the livelihood of the Christians who are now undergoing an ongoing tragedy.
Thank you very much, Michael, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. We really appreciate you, and we are honored to have you in VOB. I know this what we went through before the interview. We have some difficulty at the time, and we appreciate your patience. We love you very much. Keep doing the good work to save the minority. Also, Christians have been persecuted, even non-Christian. God will reward you. Humanity love you. On behalf of the Biafran people, I'm saying a very big thank you. And the global community that know what you are doing, they love you very much because we know you are doing this from the bottom of your heart. And we have heard all you said, and we believe that those viewers that are listening and the U.S. government, they know the right thing to do because Iran of Africa is Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not disintegrated after taking down the terrorists over the Sahel without, on the Middle East, without dealing with Nigeria terrorists, because Nigeria have been a safe haven for the terrorists. Even they have Hezbollah in Nigeria, over 22 terrorist groups. So after Iran, we believe Nigeria should be next, and Biafran people should be free, and every minority in that region deserves to also get their freedom. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And I also want to let Biafrans know that Marco here, Michael Rubin here, acknowledged the success of Biafra Republic government in Washington, of which we have been spreading the gospel, educating U.S. officials, because some Biafrans are not aware of this. And thank God that you yourself, you acknowledge it, that the work of our lobby, taking us to Washington, D.C. is paying off. Thank you very much, Marco. Honorable Minister of Information, please, before we let Michael Rubin go, we have, we run out of time already. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin, and we appreciate you so much. The Biafran people love you from the bottom of our heart. But there is something that is bothering us, the Biafran people. How is it possible that you predict the future?
Well, we don't predict the future. You need to work for the future. And that's what gives me such hope when I see the Biafrans work to that common goal.
Wow, thank you very much. In 2025, you said after Mali, Nigeria fall is the next. And today what you said has come to pass. That is why I asked the first question. How do you do it? The same way you had written and predicted about Iraq, Iran, and many other countries and many other nations, most especially every conquest agenda team that has to come to Islamize the entire nation. You're always on it. Michael, what is the secret of how you go about getting these facts aligned that they come to pass the right way?
There is no secret. Look, I'm not a diplomat. I put diplomacy aside. Foreign policy needs to be based on reality and not wishful thinking. And when it comes to, and certainly not greed and commercial contracts. So when it comes to Alexander Stubb, it's clear that he's motivated by commercial contracts. When it comes to Anthony Blinken, there was too much wishful thinking. All one needs to do is look at what's happening on the ground in a country like Mali or in a country like Nigeria, and then that's the only thing which you should base your analysis on, even if it makes people, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it makes officials in Abuja uncomfortable. You only need to work in the realm of reality, and that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Michael. I did ask one very important question to our previous guest, and I'll also throw it to you. Is it advisable to reintegrate Boko Haram terrorists or Islamic jihadist terrorists into the military formation, because this is what Nigerian government are doing?
No, it's not wise. It would be self-defeating, and ultimately it would be laundering terrorists. Those who are in Boko Haram should be held accountable for any violence which they perpetrated, and those who were kidnapped into Boko Haram or who may not have been directly involved in violence should be rehabilitated, but not under arms in the military. And countries like Rwanda and countries like Morocco both have experience in how to accomplish this. The one thing one should not do is put them in the military when they have been indoctrinated into the ideology and into the extremism of Boko Haram.
Thank you, Michael. I leave it there because of time, and we are so happy to have had you on the show.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate, and hopefully in near future, we have you on VOB again, where we might you might have more time, because your word and your insight, your knowledge is encouraging, it's uplifting.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the ground, nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall every single day, we still there call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears, you can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest days. keeps the soul alive.
Millions are roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
Holding on.
in the ashes. Hope remains, love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today.
No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Millions are roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
Can you hear the cry from the broken?